A member from Richmond Hill South who will be leading us in the singing of the national anthem today.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commend. Car ton bras s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la gloire. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Bravo!
Let the doors be opened, que l'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Selkirk Avenue in Winnipeg Centre is home to some of the most vibrant community organizations, but it's also home to some of the highest instances of violence and disappearances of Indigenous women, girls, 2S, LGBTQIA+ people. The North End Women's Centre is located right at ground zero of this crisis. Particularly since the pandemic, staff have reported an increase in gender-based violence. To answer these escalating challenges, the Centre has applied 3 times for federal funding to expand its drop-in centre programming spaces and transitional housing units, something I've repeatedly written to this government to support. But the government has left the Centre without any indication on whether it will fund these desperately needed supports. We cannot wait when lives are on the line. I urge the government to act immediately to fund the North End Women's Centre and uphold community health and safety in Winnipeg Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for South Surrey White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, in Canadian communities, coldest night of the year 2026 to support the hurting, hungry, and homeless is on the final stretch of its annual campaign. Saturday, I'll be walking alongside community members in support of Sources, an organization that's been providing help, encouragement, and hope to people who are experiencing hurt, hunger, and homelessness. For me, this walk is about showing up. It's about reminding people that they're not invisible and that their community cares. I've been honored to be the top fundraiser for 2 years and the leading fundraiser in the region for 6 years, thanks to the generosity and dedication of my teammates and donors. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all colleagues in this House to take part in the coldest night of the year. It's free to join. Simply register to walk, start a team, or donate to my team. This weekend, send a simple but powerful message. In Canada, we care about each other. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about a young man from Saskatoon's Hampton Village, Terrell Harder. Terrell is the kind of neighbour who quietly makes our community stronger simply by showing up and serving others. Raised right here in Saskatoon West, Terrell is a proud graduate of Bedford Road Collegiate. For years, he has volunteered at the Bedford Road Invitational Tournament, giving his time so young athletes can compete, learn teamwork, and build confidence. Terrell has also worked and volunteered at Redbury Bible Camp, helping create a positive, safe, and welcoming environment for kids and families. And when our community needs engaged citizens, he steps up, volunteering during civic elections and as a campaign volunteer for me. He brings energy, reliability, and a great attitude to everything. Today, Terrell is working at the City Centre Church, helping the less advantaged. He doesn't look for recognition, he looks for ways to help. I'm grateful for Terrell's service, and I hope his example inspires others. We all need more Tyrells in our life.
Yeah, way to go.
Honourable député de Moncton.
The honourable member from Moncton Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, former Mayor George LeBlanc, who passed away February 3rd of this year after a long illness, was a leader in every way. We saw it through his charity work with great organizations like the Friends of the Moncton Hospital, Moncton Head Start, and Moncton Youth Residence, to name just a few. We saw it in his 2 decades serving on City Council, and 8 of those years being the mayor. Mayor LeBlanc led our city through an unprecedented building boom in our downtown, and it still continues today. When a shooting rampage rocked our normally peaceful community, George articulated our grief and our strength to the nation. And George LeBlanc led by example, with his honesty, his empathy, and his quiet resolve to always make our city better. I want to offer my deepest condolences to his wife Kathy, his son Jordan, his daughter Brittany, his grandchildren, and also his extended friends. He will be missed. Rest in peace, George.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
It is with profound sadness that we learn of the passing of Canadian radio legend Lowell Green. Lowell started at Ottawa CFRA in 1960, and by the time he retired over 50 years later, he became North America's longest-running open-line talk show host. Lowell will be remembered for promoting common sense in his island of sanity. But it wasn't just the on-air achievements that made Lowell who he was. It was the many causes that he championed over the years. From a campaign to save the Centennial Flame here on Parliament Hill, to his unity rally ahead of the 1995 referendum, to being a co-founder of Big Brothers in Ottawa, and to the Help Santa Toy Parade, he truly made a difference in the lives of many people. He was awarded numerous accolades over the years from his peers, legions, Lions Clubs, and other groups. We lost Lowell this month at the age of 89. Our thoughts are with his family, his friends, and his colleagues as we mourn and celebrate a life well lived.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa, Vanier, Gloucester.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight Black History Month, a time when we come together to recognize the profound contributions, resilience, and legacy of Black communities in Canada and around the world. Yesterday, in my riding, we took a moment to exchange and reflect and to honor the excellence of Black people across generations, from the builders of today to the visionaries of tomorrow.
Schools, organizations, and communities are coming together to share stories, highlight achievements, to deepen our understanding of the Black history in Canada. These celebrations are not only about the past, they are about building a future rooted in dignity, opportunity, and shared progress. Let this month be more than a commemoration. Let it inspire us to listen, to learn, and to act. Let us honor the legacy of Black Canadians by advancing the work still before us and by ensuring that every person in every community can thrive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Knowles Hill.
Eliana McCannalani, my granddaughter. You will be born in a few short months into a world where they've mechanized human thought. Every day now I wonder about the unique challenges you will experience because of it, what the societal impact will be, whether the value of the data that you produce comes to outweigh the value of your labor. The insecurity of knowing thinking machines could bring automated war. The impact of the consolidation of wealth and power into the hands of the few who own them. And the blurring of what it means to be a human if humanity comes to rely on machines to reason for us. I stand here today to warn my colleagues in this place that these are issues we cannot afford to ignore, and pray that we will find a path for your generation that brings you peace, prosperity, and justice. May you forgive us if we don't.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Mr. Speaker, as we welcome the Lunar New Year, I send my warmest greetings to the Vietnamese Canadian community and to everyone celebrating across my riding of Spadina Harbourfront. The Year of the Horse calls us forward with energy, renewal, and perseverance. It is a time to gather with family, honor our elders, and reflect values such as resilience, generosity, learning, and service. In recent weeks, I've had the privilege of celebrating with Vietnamese communities from the Vietnamese Association of Toronto, the Vietnamese Women's Association of Toronto, to the Waterfront Neighborhood House's Lunar New Year celebrations, and Small World Music's Chao Tut Festival. Each gathering reflects the pride, strength, and cultural richness that Vietnamese Canadians bring to our country. As a proud daughter of this community, I remain deeply grateful to the generations whose sacrifices made greater representation possible. May this new year bring happiness, health, and prosperity. Chúc mừng năm mới.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre Marlpole.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of new titles and moving offices. They don't want more announcements. They want results. They want homes. This government now proposes another federal housing body. But we already have Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, Infrastructure Canada, the Department of Finance Canada, and the Canada Lands Company, all working on housing, land, and financing. So, if all these agencies already exist, what exactly will this new body do that they cannot? Will it build homes faster? Will it cut permits? Will it remove taxes like the GST on new homes? No. It will simply add more overhead and administrative delay. Housing affordability will not improve by multiplying paperwork. It's time for this Liberal government to cut red tape, get out of the way, and let builders build.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, another monumental actor has left us. Raymond Bouchard was an extraordinary star in Quebec's cultural universe, and we will miss his voice, his gift of gab, and his generosity in acting and speaking more than words can express. Mr. Speaker, the loss of these extraordinary artists cannot be undone, and each of these deaths erases a little bit of a wonderful period in Quebec's social and cultural history. It is sad. Raymond Bouchard gave us unique characters such as Mayor Le Sage in La Grande Séduction and Léo in La Florida. I also think of his portrayal of Jacques Parizeau in the series on L'Évêque, or his role as Paul Vézina in Scoop. Raymond Bouchard was proud to belong and to be one of his people, a sovereigntist, certainly, but perhaps above all else a great ambassador and promoter of the Quebec culture, which he cherished. To his family, loved ones, and friends, to those who admired him, allow me to offer my sincere condolences on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. Raymond, thank you for everything.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate Black History Month, I rise to recognize the important contributions of Black Canadians and work of Black Business Association of British Columbia. Surrey is home to the largest Black population in our province. Black entrepreneurs are creating jobs, driving innovation, and strengthening our economy, even as many face systemic barriers. Led by co-founders Nerissa Alan and Clavia Elaine, the Black Business Association of BC is addressing these challenges through programs that support market access, regulatory compliance, and international trade. They help businesses grow and compete globally. By investing in equity and inclusion, we invest in Canada's future and build a stronger, more inclusive Canada. Today is Pink Shirt Day. Let's stand against bullying and stand together in kindness.
The Honourable Member for Terra Nova, the Peninsula.
Mr. Speaker, just this morning, I had a phone call from a friend of mine. She's a teacher, a government worker, but life is so unaffordable that her internet is about to be cut tomorrow because she can't keep up with this Liberal inflation. And she's not the only one. According to an RBC poll, 64% of millennials are worried about their financial future under this Prime Minister. Many Canadians are bankrolling their debt into mortgages. Mortgage debt has now reached $2.6 trillion. But unfortunately, millennials can't do this because they can't afford a home. Nearly 60% of millennials don't even have enough money at the end of the month to pay their bills, let alone begin saving for a home. Conservatives will continue to fight for affordable Canada, a Canadian economy that creates powerful paychecks and lowers inflation so that young people across our country can save for a home and save for a future.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamu alaikum. Across the country, Muslim communities are celebrating Ramadan, a holy month of fasting, prayer, and reflection. I want to recognize the resiliency and generosity of Nova Scotia's Muslim communities, demonstrating the strength that comes from unity and support. I also want to highlight the important work of the UMA Society, which recently received $1.2 million from our government's Youth Gang Prevention Fund. This program is focused on keeping at-risk youth away from a life of crime. By providing mentorship and community resources, Gangbusters is helping to create safer, stronger communities for all of Nova Scotia. I'm proud to stand with Muslim communities and with organizations like the Ummah Society during Ramadan as we work together for a more inclusive and safer Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mission Matchley Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals have created an immigration crisis that is straining housing, healthcare, and jobs. As of January, non-permanent residents outnumbered unemployed Canadians, and the Liberals are expanding immigration streams that push our young people further away from employment. 6 million Canadians cannot find a family doctor, but taxpayers are now spending $1 billion per year to cover healthcare costs of refugee claimants. And the government has no clear plan for the nearly 3 million temporary residents with permits expiring this year. Canadians deserve a competent immigration minister. Her own caucus isn't confident in her ability to handle these out-of-control problems. It's time for decisive action. Only with strong leadership can we protect Canadians, prioritize jobs for our youth, and secure a sustainable future for our country.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this Black History Month, I'd like to pay tribute to the individuals and organizations that showcase my community of Alfred Pellan through the essential work of La Colombite Community Center, a pillar of mutual aid and engagement. I would like to thank its director, Madame Cardi-Rosier, for her leadership and ongoing commitment to families and youth. I'd like to recognize the commitment of Pastor Emmanuel Laurent and Father Claudel Petithomme, whose work contributes to social bonds and the well-being in our community. I would also like to acknowledge the valuable contribution of Father Ronald Legerme and Marie Tessa Pierre, who through their initiatives and dedication provide help and support to those in need and strengthen the social fabric of our community, not to mention the remarkable commitment of Robert Alexander, my most loyal friend and volunteer, whose consistency and dedication make a real difference in Alfred Pellan. To all these people, thank you for being so committed to Canada's multicultural mosaic.
Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian healthcare system is in crisis. 6 million Canadians don't have a family doctor, and wait times have doubled over the past 10 years. But rather than putting Canadians' health first, the Liberal government interim federal health program allows fraudulent and rejected asylum claimants to be bumped to the front of the line, while Canadians pay for it. The Parliamentary Budget Officer says the IFHP will cost $1.5 billion annually to pay for supplementary coverage like vision, counselling, and home care. These are things that Canadians don't receive, and yet Liberals make them pay for it. The fraudsters taking advantage of our generosities. Veterans who served our country and young people battling mental health crises are offered nothing by these Liberal government, but rejected refugees get taxpayer-funded psychologists and therapists. A nation that refuses to put its own citizens first is deeply disturbing. I urge the Liberals to reflect what kind of message their vote will send to Canadians on the
Hampton South.
Pink Shirt Day, we stand together to send a clear message. Bullying in any form has no place in our communities. Bullying has lasting impacts on mental health, academic success, and overall well-being, affecting people of all ages. Our government will continue to invest in mental health supports, Little Kids Help Phone, which provides immediate confidential support 24 hours a day. And while these supports are essential, each of us can help foster a culture where seeking help is encouraged, stigma is reduced, and kindness lead the way. Simple acts of compassion help build safer, more inclusive communities across Canada. Mr. Speaker, everyone deserves to feel valued and supported and to know they have a safe space among communities, because compassion, kindness is always stronger than hate, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Calgary Knowles Hill.
This week, the Prime Minister minister said, we have the immigration system under control. And his immigration minister said, my job is easy. At the end of this year, there will be nearly 3 million people in Canada on expired or expiring visas. And last year, the Liberals only managed to remove 22,000 of them. And the Liberals are still issuing hundreds of thousands of new temporary work permits this year. If her job is so easy, what's the minister's plan to get nearly 3 million people to leave?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much. The job that I have is never easy. It is one of the toughest jobs in government, and the reason is many Canadians and many people are looking at our government to control immigration and to keep it sustainable. With regards to the temporary, we have targets, we have ranges for temporary residents. Those that are on temporary status have the opportunity to extend. They also have the opportunity to use some of our permanent pathways. Otherwise, they are expected to leave.
Good job. The Honourable Member for Calgary Knowles Hill.
The immigration minister has been in her job for a year now, and she was appointed to get since she's appointed, we've been getting disgusting stories every other week about non-citizens convicted of serious crime getting leniency in order to avoid deportation. She could have been lobbying her cabinet colleagues to make sure that laws are changed and that victims get the justice that they deserve, but she's done nothing. If the Prime Minister wants to move at a scale and speed not seen in generations, why doesn't he just fire his failed minister now?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On my record and work on immigration, the record speaks for itself. Yes. We're taking back control on the immigration system. We're returning immigration to sustainable levels. Our asylum levels are down by a third. The number of international students is down by a third. The no temporary foreign workers are down by a half. We have exceeded our Francophone immigration targets. We are bringing global talents. From July to October 2025, the population of Canada decreased slightly. We are on track and we've met all our targets.
Good. The Honourable Member for Calgary Knowles Hill.
Mr. Speaker, her record sure does speak for itself. In fact, 10 Liberal members of Parliament had comments on her record today. They were quoted in a CBC article saying what millions of Canadians already know, that the Prime Minister's immigration minister isn't getting her jobs done. She won't take basic meetings, processing times haven't been fixed, and the asylum backlog has ballooned to 300,000 people under her watch. I've said it before, I'll say it again. She is a bad minister. If the Liberal caucus doesn't even think she should have her job, why is the Prime Minister still defending her?
Honourable Minister.
We are building an immigration system that keeps Canada strong. That is our mission. That is our mandate. That is what Canadians elected us to do. Yes. That is what we will continue to do. In June, we introduced legislation C2 to protect the asylum system against sudden increases in claims. The Conservatives opposed it. In October, we brought forward new legislation C12 that will protect our borders and strengthen the immigration system. That's right. The Conservatives have delayed it at every stage. Right. We're building an immigration system that is sustainable and that will keep Canada strong.
That's right. Honourable Member for Calgary Knowles Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, today the CBC reported what we all see every day, that the immigration minister's own Liberal colleagues cringe awkwardly as she fumbles her way through serious issues. I've had the misfortune of sitting across from her in Immigration Committee where she can't answer basic questions about bills that she is presented to Parliament. While her infamous salad quote was admittedly crazy, the immigration portfolio is no laughing matter. Under a Conservative government, Canada's immigration system functioned well. It was fair and orderly, but not with this minister. Why does she still have her job?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président, en matière de...
Mr. Speaker, on immigration, this government has reduced asylum claims by a third. The number of international students in Canada has gone down by a third. From July to October 2025, the population of Canada slightly decreased after several years. We have increased the percentage of the economy stream to 64% in order to attract world-class talent. We are building a world-class immigration system, the Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister stated that the immigration system is under control, but the Liberals have actually broken the system. The facts are that 86% of fake asylum seekers are still in Canada. Thousands are still wanted by the CBSA, and appropriate security checks are not taking place. And these individuals are placing pressure on our schools and healthcare system in Quebec. Will the Prime Minister finally fire this minister, the Honourable Government House Leader? Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are proud to serve side by side with this immigration minister. We are proud of our immigration system. We are very proud to have the first Lebanese woman in this position with a remarkable roadmap as a Nova Scotia MP and here in the House. The results speak for themselves. Asylum claims have gone down by a third. The same thing for international students, and from July to October, the population of Canada went down. This minister is doing her job. The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, this is not a personal matter. This is a professional matter. It is clear that this minister does not understand her files. 10 of her colleagues said on Radio-Canada that the minister is not familiar with her files and is incompetent. We need a minister who understands what's happening in Canada and can manage the immigration system. Will the Prime Minister finally fire his minister, the Honourable Government House Leader? Mr. Speaker, you know who can't answer questions about immigration? People on the Conservative side who have no immigration policy. And they took a week to think about it and decided to come back to this House and punch down and try to bully the most vulnerable people, refugee seekers. For example, they're trying to kick out wounded children from the Ukraine war. They don't want kids like that to get health care. It is the Conservatives who don't have an immigration policy. On this side of the House, we are proud of our minister and our record. The Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles.
Saint-Jean, je m'excuse.
I'm sorry, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Currem software fiasco with its $5 billion cost overrun is the last straw for Quebec, and the National Assembly of Quebec has just adopted a unanimous motion to state that federal IT projects and their cost overruns represent complete wastage on Quebec taxes. All Quebec elected officials have asked the federal government to create an arm's-length inquiry on federal IT contracts. When will we finally see this inquiry? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, modernizing the government is something we are currently working on, and it is already showing results. When it comes to old age security benefits, currently we are servicing 7 million Canadians with a new modernized system that has replaced a system that was really outdated. The project is in the budget and is part of a much broader modernization project for all Government of Canada benefits. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly unanimously pointed out that the Phoenix software went from an initial budget of $309 million to $5.5 billion, while ArriveCan went from $80,000 to $60 million. And now, Currem has gone from $1.75 billion to $6.6 billion. And yet the Liberals continue to deny that the Currem budget has ended up going over projections, even though the Auditor General already had pointed that out in 2023. Once again, when will there be a public inquiry? The Honourable Minister of Employment.
You say things, it doesn't make it true. In fact, the Currem software program is actually under...
Couldn't hear, sorry. Couldn't hear. Yes. We'll let the honourable minister. We'll let the honourable minister answer the question. The honourable Minister of Jobs and Families may continue.
Mr. Speaker, over and over and over we hear this number that's patently wrong, and I have no other way to say it, Mr. Speaker. This is the largest transformation of the way we deliver benefits in the history of this country. We are moving 3 important benefit programs from paper-based, old-school technology to full modernization where people will be able to apply and are right now able to apply online. Mr. Speaker, this...
L'honorable député d'Abitibi.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Well, I wouldn't attack the credibility of the Auditor General if I were the minister, Mr. Speaker. These Liberals seem to think this is just a joke. They're just ignoring the problem, and they keep on spending taxpayer money. The National Assembly has reminded us that over 3 failed IT projects, Ottawa has wasted more than $10 billion. That's 5 times more than it would take the government of Quebec to repair 227 hospital buildings. But there's no accountability in Ottawa. The Liberals keep saying that there haven't been any cost overruns. When will we have a public inquiry? The Honourable Minister.
As I've said, 7.7 million seniors have been transitioned to this new software. There are still some seniors who have applied for their benefits that are waiting. That number is dropping, Mr. Speaker, every week, every month, as we anticipate it will continue to do. And, Mr. Speaker, our officials are working very hard, night and day, to make sure that all cases are resolved. If the member opposite has a person in his riding who needs urgent attention, I suggest he share that name with me or have them call Service Canada. We haven't received any names yet from that member of Parliament.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
Liberal immigration minister is out of her depth, and the numbers prove it. 86% of rejected asylum seekers remain in Canada. 25,000 people were admitted without a proper security screening, and nearly 3 million temporary visa holders are nearing expiry with no clear plan in place. And yesterday, the Prime Minister claimed that the system is, quote, under control. But there are no real controls left. The Liberals dismantled them, and the minister has shown no ability to restore order. So with results like these, why is she still in her job?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I will park some of the factual inaccuracies that were included in the member's question, but let me just take a moment to say that I have been proud to work alongside my colleague for Nova Scotia, not just in her current capacity as Minister of Immigration for Canada, but previously when she served as the Immigration Minister in my home province of Nova Scotia. She was uniquely responsible for bringing the healthcare workers that provide care to my neighbours. She was uniquely responsible in helping resettle refugees from Syria when the federal Conservatives wouldn't lift a finger. She is working on a program that may be a difficult problem to solve, but she is restoring integrity to the immigration system, and the personal attacks are cruel, inappropriate, and beneath this House.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
It is that minister who left the immigration minister with the mess that she has to clean up. And he knows that even Liberal MPs who have been passed over for a decade can see that she's out of her depth because of the mess that he left. Yeah. These are direct quotes from them. She has no idea how to respond. She doesn't make sense. She puts her foot in her mouth. At what point will the Prime Minister acknowledge that this file requires real leadership and a serious course correction without the two of them?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, we see what the Conservatives are doing here, pitting Canadians against asylum seekers. Some of them helped us during COVID, deliberately confusing fraudulent claimants against failed asylum claimants. This isn't a dog whistle, it's a foghorn. And I know it's Lent, so I do implore them to show a little grace. So instead of shedding MPs for Lent, Mr. Speaker, which we appreciate, maybe they need to shed this line of questioning.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
They've just put up a third failed immigration minister to answer for the question. This is actually a really serious issue, and they can talk down members of this House. They can call them bad people all they want, but Canada's immigration consensus is crumbling. Stakeholders aren't getting their calls returned. Controls are gone, putting pressure on housing, on healthcare, and on jobs, and the minister is MIA throughout all of it. The House deserves a straight answer. When is she getting fired?
Yay! The Honourable Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, let's assume for a second that the Conservatives actually want to help the situation. Perhaps the member opposite can turn to her right, talk to the leader of the opposition who's changed so many ridings, he's Parliament's own temporary foreign worker, and ask him to stop going around the country pandering to communities, promising them not to be deported, and promising visas for everyone. That might help, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, they're putting up all the failed previous immigration ministers to speak for her. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Prime Minister has created a sentencing discount system.
From the top.
Liberal government has created a sentencing discount system for foreign criminals. The Prime Minister claims that they've got this system under control. Well, let's look at the case of Rajbir Singh. This criminal sexually assaulted a young woman and received a conditional discharge so he would not have a criminal conviction registered against him so he could stay in the country. Under this Liberal PM sentencing discount policy, not only are dangerous criminals allowed to stay in the country, they get released early. When will this Prime Minister fire his immigration minister, or does he think that she's got it all under control?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the assertion of the member in the opposition party is absolutely false, Mr. Speaker. When somebody is before the courts, somebody's facing criminal charges and conviction, they're deemed to be inadmissible in Canada, Mr. Speaker. The Canada Border Service agencies take these very seriously, and they have admissible individuals removed. Last year, we removed over 22,000 individuals from Canada. But let me be very clear. The issue of lawful access is a tool that law enforcement have been asking for. The party opposite has absolutely failed in supporting those policies so that we can have a safer country, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
If they had confidence in the immigration minister, then she would be answering these questions herself, Mr. Speaker. Let's take a look at another case. Joyson Lewis assaulted his girlfriend, grabbed her, tearing her shirt in the process, and threw her to the ground when he hit her again. The judge in the case sentenced this foreign criminal to 9 months of probation, specifically so that the conviction would not be entered into the record so he could stay in Canada. Why is this Liberal government doubling down on a policy that gives sentencing discounts to foreign criminals, and when will this Prime Minister fire this minister?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a rule of law country, one that respects the rule of law. Nobody is above the law, Mr. Speaker. And the discounts that this individual is talking about is absolutely false. What I will say is that the Canada Border Service agencies removes those who are inadmissible to Canada, those with criminal penalties. But let me also be very clear, Mr. Speaker. The party opposite absolutely refuses to move on lawful access, a tool that law enforcement has been asking for from coast to coast to coast. This is the record that party has in terms of defending the rights of Canadians and keeping Canada safer, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, by the end of this year, 3 million temporary residents will have had their visas expire, and the government has no enforcement plan to ensure that they leave. Last year alone, 1.5 million permits expired, and the Liberals just simply assumed that they would magically comply. The system is out of control. Housing is strained, youth unemployment is rising, our healthcare system is broken. Canadians are clearly paying the price. So when will the Prime Minister take responsibility for this failure and fire his immigration?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we have been getting this immigration system under control. We've just seen that Bill C-12 is about to pass from the Senate. This will not allow people to abuse our asylum system. And Mr. Speaker, if they cared so much about crime, they would have passed C-14 a long time ago. We could have had that bill passed back in Christmas time, Mr. Speaker. It's 80 different changes of the Criminal Code of Canada. We're strengthening our criminal code more than we have seen seen in generations, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Long Range Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, competence is not talking points, it's measured by results. 33,000 non-citizens listed as wanted by the CBSA is not competent. When 86% of rejected asylum claimants remain in Canada, that's not compassion, that's a system that is not being enforced. The minister has lost control of the file, the confidence of stakeholders, and now members of their own caucus are questioning her ability, and Canadians are paying the price. So once again, will the Prime Minister take responsibility for this failure and fire his immigration minister?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives really cared about these issues, they would support us in our responsible legislation that we're putting forward. We're bringing down asylum numbers, Mr. Speaker, in this country, and we're reducing fraud in our system with the leadership of the Immigration Minister, Mr. Speaker. If the Conservatives cared, they would stop their divisive politics and their hate tactics, and they would join us in making sure that legislation passes swiftly through this House, and they would stop the obstruction.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have cut $5 billion for public transportation, and Quebec never even got a dime from that fund, but Ontario and Western Canada have received a lot of money. And what's weird is that sum, $5 billion, is exactly the same as the cost overruns for the Curum software, which doesn't even work. So that's $5 billion more for consultants and $5 billion less for public transportation. Why don't the Liberals invest Quebecers' money within Quebec instead of making consultants rich?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci pour la question. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is that we have a Building Communities Fund, strong fund, which includes public transit. This is a $51 billion infrastructure fund that this House has the opportunity to support in the Budget Implementation Act. $51 billion, and a significant percentage of that applies to public transit. We are in talks with the Government of Quebec to pursue the opportunity for public transit investment. We hope to conclude those negotiations and be able to ongoing invest in public transit across Quebec as we have across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, this $5 billion cut to the Public Transportation Fund is being criticized by everyone. The Transit Alliance, a coalition including Équiterre, Trajectoire Québec, Vivre en Ville, and many other organizations. They're all saying the federal government is hurting users' mobility and its own climate targets. And what's even worse is that Quebec did not get a single dime of this money, whereas Ontario and Vancouver hit the jackpot. Will the Liberals cancel this cut and ensure that Quebec gets its fair share?
Monsieur le Président, merci pour la question.
Once again, thank you for the question.
To pursue public transit investment with the Government of Quebec. We are at the table, we are negotiating, we welcome the opportunity to invest. There is significant dollars available in the Build Communities Strong Fund. When the BIA is passed, we will be able to move that funding through on top of the $25 billion that's available in the Canada Public Transit Fund. So you add all that up, there's a significant increase to the public transit funding that is available, and there's more flexibility for provinces, territories, and cities to pursue. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
The Prime Minister falsely claims he has our immigration system under control. But when a non-Canadian on a student visa can spy on his female housemates for 6 months and not get deported, Canadians know the system is out of control. He recorded them in various states of undress, Mr. Speaker. He recorded them using the bathroom. But instead of protecting these women, Liberal sentencing discounts allow immigration consequences to benefit the offender. When did the Liberals abandon vulnerable women? And when will the Prime Minister finally take accountability and fire his immigration minister?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, it's completely the opposite. The Conservatives would like Canadians to believe that there is some policy in place. There is no policy in place. The provinces should respond for those types of actions that are happening in provincial criminal courts, not federal policy, Mr. Speaker. If anything, we are strengthening the Criminal Code of Canada to make sure that criminals face the penalties that they should for these outrageous crimes.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
That's not an answer, Mr. Speaker, and this isn't isolated. When a non-citizen can sexually assault someone's 18-year-old daughter twice and not get deported, the system is out of control. This offender was found guilty of sexual assault. The judge knew he would be deported, but then they gave him a discharge and probation so another criminal stays in Canada. The Liberals accuse us of all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, but their judges are pleading down at the expense of our daughters. So I'll ask again, Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister fire his immigration minister and get immigration back under control?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, these are not our judges. These are Canadian judges appointed by provinces. Our criminal court hearings happen at the provincial level, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Conservatives would like Canadians to believe that there is some type of federal policy that is making judges make these decisions. There is absolutely no such policy, Mr. Speaker. If anything, we are tightening our Criminal Code of Canada. In C-16 and in C-14, we're making sure that we support our victims of sexual assault and that we make conditional sentences no longer.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said the immigration system is under control. I'm very sorry, but that is not at all the case. In Quebec, for example, there are 200,000 asylum seekers within Quebec, which is putting pressure on our healthcare and education and childcare systems. And today we learned in Radio-Canada that the Liberal immigration minister doesn't understand her files and is not at all available on the ground. Will the Prime Minister finally stand up and fire his immigration minister, the Honourable Government House Leader? Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows very well, because this question has been asked already a number of times today and has been answered by the Minister of Immigration and other colleagues, asylum claims have actually gone down by a third under this minister. Same thing for international students. And between July and October 2025, Canada's population even shrank slightly after having grown for several years previously. That is this immigration minister's record. Meanwhile, what is the policy of the Conservative Party?
I have on my list here the Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix, but I see the member for Richemont-Athabasca is rising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For weeks now, I've been rising in this place to ask questions about the QRAM IT software project. The cost ballooned from $1.6 billion to $6.6 billion. That's a $5 billion cost overrun. There are 78,000 seniors waiting to receive their benefits. We've asked dozens of questions. The Liberals haven't answered our questions. Yesterday, I asked if there was anyone taking leadership on the government benches who would take ownership of this file so that I could go and see that person, so that they could handle these files. This is unacceptable. Canadians are paying out of pockets for this. This is wasted money. What will the Liberal government be doing about this? The Honourable Minister of Employment and Families.
It's ironic that the member opposite is saying that he's asked who to speak to, and I've said about 15 times, come and speak to me directly if you have cases that you need accelerated. I've also been very clear in this House, Mr. Speaker, that this is a massive transformation of software. We have a portfolio of money allowed to us to do that transformation, and in fact, we're under budget, Mr. Speaker, so the member opposite, if he needs to be briefed, I ask him to come to me immediately after question period, and I will talk to him.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal Prime Minister said that he had the immigration system under control. Yet the Liberals have abandoned security checks, systematic review processes. The Liberals have allowed approximately 25,000 people into the country without any of them having a single conversation with any government employee. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, where is the Minister of Immigration? She's not answering any questions. The situation is so serious that even Liberal MPs are calling for her resignation. Can the Prime Minister take responsibility and finally dismiss his Liberal Minister of Immigration?
L'Honorable Ministre de l'Immigration des Réfugiés.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
This one, let me be clear about the facts. Officers rigorously review each and every claim before they reach the IRB, and nobody can claim asylum in Canada without questioning. To keep Canadians safe, CBSA does the front-end security screening on all adult refugee claimants. There is no rubber stamping of any files and any claims. Each one is assessed individually on the merits by highly trained decision makers. Our government worked hard to bring the asylum claims down by more than a third last year. We will keep working hard to do that.
Right.
We've got Bill C-12 in front of us. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie Algoma.
Speaker, we know that Canadian workers are the backbone of a strong economy. The government's new workforces alliances are bringing together workers, industry, and training partners to build the skilled and resilient workforce that Canada needs for the future. Now more than before, Canadian workers need their government to have their backs. Can the Minister for Jobs and Families tell this House how our government is supporting workers and strengthening the Canadian economy now and in the future?
The Honourable Minister for Jobs and Family.
Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Sault Ste. Marie Algoma is a force to be reckoned with. In fact, it was such an honour to stand with him at the Algoma Steel Mill to support the defence of Canadian-made steel. And I want to thank him for his ongoing advocacy. Mr. Speaker, it was a very proud moment for me to announce 5 additional workforce alliances. What these are, Mr. Speaker, are a way, and something that industry has been calling for a very long time, a way to streamline skills training with the needs of industry. I'm so thrilled that we are working strongly with workers and employers across this country to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister falsely stated that he had the immigration system under control. Does he realize his own immigration department is rubber stamping asylum claims from terror-sponsoring countries like Afghanistan, Yemen, and Iran? We just heard that the Minister doesn't even realize that she's auto-approving claims from Pakistan, where one of its nationals was trying to claim asylum when he was arrested in Quebec for allegedly plotting a terrorist attack against Jews in New York City. This incompetence hurts legitimate refugees and all Canadians. Now even their own caucus is calling for the Prime Minister's hand-picked immigration to be fired. When will the Prime Minister wake up and fire this immigration minister?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, every file for asylum comes through a very rigorous security check, Mr. Speaker, both through CBSA as well as through CSIS. Our law enforcement work every single day to keep Canadians safe, and the rigorous process to ensure that those who are inadmissible are deemed to be inadmissible and are removed is something that our law enforcement agencies do each and every day, Mr. Speaker. The assertions made by the opposition is absolutely false.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing. The ministers don't even know how their own system works. Yesterday, the Prime Minister falsely claimed that he had the immigration system under control. He blindly expressed full confidence in his immigration minister. These are the facts. 300,000 asylum claims, a 4-year backlog, nearly 3 million temporary residents with expiring permits and no plan to remove them. Auto-approving asylum claims from terror-sponsoring countries without any human intervention. Ask any Canadian. Immigration is far from under control. Now even Liberal MPs are questioning her place at the cabinet table. Will the Prime Minister finally wake up, listen to his own MPs, and fire his incompetent immigration minister?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, what I can say is that we have a robust refugee protection system that ensures the safety and security of Canadians. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, we have a system through the Immigration Refugee Board where every single file is assessed for its merit and it's in compliance with the Refugee Convention of 1951. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, before somebody is granted permanent residency, there is a vigorous security check that enables Canada to ensure the safety and security of Canadians from our law enforcement agencies, including the Canada CSIS as well as the Canada Border Service Agency. The assertions made by...
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Immigration Minister at Health Committee how many more patients our healthcare system could handle. She laughed, then said it wasn't a fair question for immigration. Not a fair question, Mr. Speaker. 6 million Canadians don't have a doctor. People are dying waiting for care. Our system is at capacity, and she doesn't even know it. If the minister sitting immigration levels doesn't think healthcare capacity is her business, then she has no business being minister. So will the Prime Minister fire her today?
The Honourable Health Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Canada has the values to which the world aspires. We have always been and always will be committed to fundamental rights and human dignity. And we believe in our universal healthcare system. Let's not play politics at the expense of asylum seekers. As I just said, we must build a better healthcare system, and we are doing it working with provinces and territories. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Immigration Minister falsely told the Health Committee that rejected asylum claimants lose the premium health benefits her government provides. But she was wrong. In fact, her own department had to correct her. Rejected claimants remain fully eligible for premium health benefits like physiotherapy and home care under the interim federal health program. A minister who doesn't know her own program has no business running it. Will the Prime Minister take accountability and fire his immigration minister?
The Honourable Health Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague that healthcare is provincial jurisdiction, not federal jurisdiction. The Health Minister and the Immigration Minister have the responsibility to work with provinces and territories in offering services, and as you know, the Immigration Minister has nothing to do with who offers or provides services on the ground. Thank you.
Canada's immigration system is broken, and the Liberal Immigration Minister is treating this critical file like a game of hide and seek. She's not very good at hiding, but the Liberals are very good at deflecting. Even her own Liberal colleagues have called out her abject incompetence. As the minister tries to hide, Canadians are left witnessing youth unemployment crisis and 3 million temporary resident visas expiring in 2026. Will this minister stop playing games and start taking responsibility for the mess that she and the Liberals created?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear without much substance in the question that's actually being put on the floor that the Conservatives had decided, for political reasons, to try to use immigration as a wedge issue in Canadian politics. They could be using their questions to focus on the Canada-U.S. relationship. They could be using it to focus on how we can improve healthcare, how we can grow the economy. But no, for more than 10 years that I've been elected as a member of Parliament, time and time again, when things get tough, the Conservatives pivot to attacking newcomers. We are dealing with, in some instances, some of the most vulnerable people in the world. I wish we could focus on...
Whoa. There's a lot of noise coming from that side. I know there's some coming from the end over there, and I've got my eye on a certain member over there, but there's a lot of noise coming from that side. So, okay. The Honourable Minister may continue, but please let's keep it down.
I'll conclude very quickly, Mr. Speaker. This is a time for thoughtful debate on policy solutions that will advance the country's interests, not a time for immature name-calling.
The Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Less than a year ago, the Liberal election platform promised that the federal deficit would be limited to an already eye-popping $62 billion. That deficit exploded to $78 billion in the fall, with billions more added since. Our federal debt is now nearly 2.5 times what it was just a decade ago. Meanwhile, the Toronto Star warns this morning that Canadian household debt has risen to a record $2.6 trillion. How have we gone in just a decade from a country with a balanced budget and the richest middle class in the world to a country where Canadians are taking on record personal debt to pay off bills passed down to them by their own federal government?
Unbelievable.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Debt and deficit that are fiscally sustainable, because the IMF has testified to that fact. The Bank of Canada has testified to that fact. We continue to put in measures, of course, to build up the economy. And opportunities agenda is exactly what this country needs right now. We have seen this government move ahead to ensure that the resources of this country get to market. to build up infrastructure, to make sure that this country can compete on a global level in a changing international landscape. If Conservatives want to be serious, they can join us in those initiatives by pursuing policies that are thoughtful, or they can keep playing games.
The honourable member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Under the Liberals' new leadership, Canada's multi-front economic crisis has gotten objectively worse. The Liberal Prime Minister himself promised the $62 billion deficit. Their own budget shattered that promise, adding $16 billion in new debt, and they've added billions more in recent weeks. Young Canadians are taking on record personal debt to pay the bill. According to RBC, 64% of millennials are anxious about their financial future as monthly costs squeeze budgets. Which Liberal minister will stand now to explain to those young Canadians why they should take on more personal liability and stress to cover ever-increasing Liberal debt?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
You know, it's interesting. The Conservatives never tell us what they would cut. If they want to pursue this line of questioning, it's logical that they would go to another issue. Would they cut the Canada Child Benefit? They would. Would they cut child care? They certainly would. Would they cut pharmacare? They certainly would do that. Would they cut the school food program that we want to make permanent? They would do that. Would they not support them? These measures, they never have, they never will. What about a long-term focus, an opportunities agenda, jobs, a focus on families, youth? All those things are at stake, and we're pursuing exactly that. They should join us.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, millennials were told that if we worked hard, play by the rules, and plan for the future, we could build a stable life here in Canada. But a recent RBC poll shows that 57% have nothing left after paying their monthly bills, and 4 in 10 believe that they may never be debt-free. After years of soaring housing costs, persistent inflation, and higher taxes, my generation is carrying record personal debt while also being handed this Liberal government's debt to pay for. When will they stop loading debt onto our generation so young Canadians can build a life and not just struggle?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Sport.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Conservatives are demonstrating that they have no credibility on affordability because they're ignoring all of the recommendations that the experts are making in order to pursue a more equitable future in Canada, Mr. Speaker. One of the recommendations they chose to ignore was the groceries and essentials benefit, Mr. Speaker. We are using a proven mechanism to provide relief to families in those income brackets that need it most with the rising cost of living, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives can quote the experts if they want, but I recommend they follow their recommendations as well.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of political talking points. The Liberals must have the humility to face the reality. Young Canadians are not falling behind by accident. They are being pushed behind by Liberal policies. They're not asking for programs. Talk to a millennial. They're asking them to get out of the way today. TransUnion Canada reports that household debt reached $2.6 trillion by the end of 2025. Families are living paycheck to paycheck just to keep a roof over their heads. When will this Liberal government realize you cannot spend your way to affordability and finally focus on bringing down...
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's a little bit ironic to be criticized about political talking points when the members opposite read from the same page over and over and over again. They ask the same 15 questions over and over and over again. They don't write their own questions. There's no creativity from that side, Mr. Speaker. I think the level in this debate deserves a little bit more. On housing, Mr. Speaker, we've invested $13 billion in non-market housing through Build Canada Homes, Mr. Speaker, after a successful pilot, a $1.5 billion pilot on co-op housing, Mr. Speaker. These strategies are working. Rents are coming down. Home ownership is within sight for young people, and that's because of the policies of this government. The Conservatives have a choice. They can get on board or not.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Speaker, in South Shore St. Margaret's, Hobbold Industries is one of the companies in my riding that is proving that advanced manufacturing for defense isn't just an urban story, it's very much a rural one. Rural communities have the talent and the capacity to help Canada meet its defense needs. Can the Secretary of Defense for Procurement explain how the new defense industrial strategy will expand opportunities for rural manufacturers like Hobbolt's and create good-paying jobs for all Canadians? Thank you.
Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State for defense procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for South Shore St. Margaret's for advocacy for Nova Scotia's manufacturing. Like, how about industries? Companies like this prove that advanced defense manufacturing is thriving in rural Canada. Our defense industrial strategy makes procurement a driver of growth. In Atlantic Canada, the sector supports 10,000 good-paying jobs. Through the Defence Investment Agency, at least 70% of our defence spending will focus on generating jobs and investments here at home. That makes work in communities like Chester and faster delivery for equipment to the Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
The hope of ever owning a home is slipping away for young Canadians. Nearly half of young Canadians are forced to move out of their communities they grew up in because they can no longer afford the Liberal housing hell. From 2019 to 24, for every 100 new adults added to our population, there were only 12 housing starts intended for ownership. This is less than half the pace of previous decades. Now a new CIBC report confirms what young Canadians already know. Homes are still too expensive to buy and not profitable to build. After years of Liberal rhetoric and red tape, when will this government finally scrap the GST on all new homes and let young Canadians build a life?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, well, the good news is there is a tax break for first-time homebuyers coming. Thank members of this House for standing up for our young people. And this is really what we're seeing now is we're seeing prices start to come down, rents come down, home prices coming down. We see that in the new CMHC Housing Affordability Index report that came out this morning. The trend is in the right direction, but we have to double down. We have to focus on delivering Build Canada homes, $13 billion for affordable housing. We have to make sure that this entire House is committed to bringing down the price of housing for young Canadians.
Excellent.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
Instead of laying foundations for homes, this Liberal government is laying foundations for another bureaucracy. This Liberal Prime Minister promised to build at a pace not seen since the Second World War. Yet a recent report from the government's own housing agency says that home building is expected to drop in each of the next 3 years, with housing starts in 2028 falling as much as 18% compared to last year. That's 55% below what is necessary to meet the Prime Minister's own targets. Instead of building homes, they're building roadblocks for the fourth Liberal housing bureaucracy. When will the Liberals finally admit that they themselves are the problem?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, again, to the member opposite, our next steps are critical. And the next step that this member can take is supporting the Build Canada Homes Act and making sure that this government has every tool available to invest in affordable housing.
What a good idea.
We have $13 billion labeled for non-market housing that will leverage tens of thousands of units of affordable housing from rental to affordable home ownership.
That's a good idea.
We need everybody on board with this, Mr. Speaker. This is not a time to take pot shots. It's not a time to fall back on a failed record that the Conservatives have on housing. Thank you.
The honourable member for York Durham.
A new report from CIBC confirms what young Canadians already know. The dream of home ownership is slipping away. In fact, the bank says prices are too high to buy and that the average down payment in Ontario is now nearly $300,000. That's an impossible number. But behind that number, Mr. Speaker, a young family who can't buy a home, start a family, or build a life. The bank says that unless we cut the cost of homes, things will only get worse. So here's our suggestion. Cut the cost of GST on all new homes. Will the housing minister agree to that?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, you'll forgive us if Canadians recognize that party has no credibility when it comes to housing. Their leader called middle-class housing shacks.
That's right.
He called co-op housing Soviet style, and that member mocked modular housing. That leader even called on his MPs to boycott the Housing Accelerator Fund that would have actually helped their ridings. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're serious about getting houses built. That party is just full of obstruction and rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Député de Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie.
The Honourable Member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Mr. Speaker, on Monday, at the Human Resources Committee, our government once again tried to table a motion to study the National School Food Program after hearing credible witnesses explain how it helps children and families. However, Conservative MPs spent the session obstructing and denying the fact that food security is linked to affordability. They denied the impact of climate change on food systems and also denied the idea that families should not have to worry about whether their children ate lunch, whether they're eating enough vegetables, or whether they've had enough to eat. Can the Secretary of State for Children and Youth tell this House how the National School Food Program helps children eat well and helps families worry less?
Waited that long. Honorable Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Et d'abord,
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague, the member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-Lacadie, for his question. If the Conservative Party wants to talk about food insecurity, they should support the school food program. A new study by the Breakfast Club of Canada shows that when children eat well at school, their academic performance improves. Child health improves, and this program also helps families reduce their food spending. While they engage in pointless obstruction, we will continue to listen to educators and experts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Brantford South, Six Nations.
This week, Peel Police charged 4 men with sex trafficking girls as young as 11 years of age. Yet within 24 hours, these disgusting criminals were released on liberal bail. Let that sink in. Grown men charged with exploiting young girls are now walking free. Wow. This is an absolute disgrace. This is what a broken justice system looks like. Yep. Enough is enough. When will this government stop coddling the worst criminals in our society and finally stand on the side of innocent children?
Here, here. Honorable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just today, I was with Peel Regional Police at a human trafficking symposium, and we talked about these issues with survivors. It's really important that criminals of this type, this heinous crime, get the sentences that they deserve, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, we brought in place bail reform. Had the Conservatives cooperated, we could have had it passed before Christmas, but they chose to obstruct. I'm glad to see that the legislation is now progressing and we could put an end to the revolving door.
Here, here. Yes.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people are meeting with government officials to discuss safety in communities impacted by resource extraction. Yet this follows a budget that included zero funding for MMIWG and the Liberals' exclusion of Indigenous women in the development of Bill C-5, despite the high rates of violence around these projects. Mr. Speaker, will the government mandate enforceable community safety plans for corporations and restore funding to address this ongoing crisis?
The Honourable Minister for Women and Gender Equality.
We owe it to survivors and those we've lost to act and prevent gender-based violence. As we advance these major projects, we're working with communities to protect women, girls, and gender-diverse people. Through our National Action Plan, we're strengthening prevention and ensuring that survivors can access those supports. This is how we ensure progress never comes at the expense of the safety of women and girls in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colleagues, I would like to take a moment to bring to your attention a very important anniversary this week, the 150th anniversary of the Library of Parliament.
For 150 years, parliamentarians could count on this treasure of information, of expertise, of knowledge. I think all members of Parliament appreciate the exceptional service that the employees of the Library of Parliament provide every day. With their intelligence, their professionalism, and their innovation, this institution has evolved over the years to provide information so that we could best serve our riding and our constituents. We can count on the calm, diplomacy, and wisdom of the Library of Parliament staff.
50 years The library has evolved and innovated to meet the changing needs of Parliament. The days when the library's services were centered on a collection of books, journals, and reference works is long gone. Today, thanks to technology, the walls of the library have disappeared and parliamentarians can access its resources wherever they are, whenever they want. Dynamic, digital, and highly specialized, the Library of Parliament has risen to the challenge of meeting the needs of modern parliamentary democracy. Au cœur de l'évolution de la...
At the heart of the evolution of this Library of Parliament, we have generations of librarians, researchers, and many other analysts who work tirelessly to make sure that parliamentarians have the information they need when they need it.
Research briefings and legislative summaries, to answering urgent reference questions, to helping with speeches and guiding senators and members of Parliament through complex data and historical records. Library employees provide expertise across a remarkable range of subjects. Their commitment to accuracy, impartiality, and service ensures that Parliament can function with knowledge and confidence. As we celebrate the library's 150th anniversary, we honor not only the building itself, but also the extraordinary staff whose skill and dedication have sustained this institution for a century and a half. On behalf of this House, I express the deepest gratitude of its members to the Library of Parliament for the excellence of its services, which continue to inspire, inform, and support parliamentarians. Thank you. Merci. It being 3:17, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Rempel Garner relating to the business of supply. Call in the members. Convoquer les députés. La question est la suivante. Madame Rempel Garner, appuyez.
The question is as follows. Ms. Rempel Garner, seconded by Mr. Davies, Niagara South, moves that given that, 1, the cost of the interim federal health program has more than quadrupled. No? Yes or no?
Okay.
The cost of the interim federal health program has more than quadrupled in the last 4 years, from $211 million to $896 million. 2, the cost of the interim federal health program is projected to rise to $1.5 billion by 2029-2030. 3, the interim federal health program provides non-citizens with failed asylum claims access to benefits that Canadian citizens do not have free access to, including vision care.
That have paid into the healthcare system their whole lives are unable to get the healthcare they deserve, in part because resources are going to false asylum claimants. The House call on the government to A, review federal benefits provided to asylum claimants in order to find savings for taxpayers. B, restrict federal benefits received by rejected asylum claimants to emergency life-saving health care only. C, de rendre transparent.
C, provide transparency on federal spending on the IFHP by providing an annual report to Parliament, particularly regarding supplementary benefits which Canadian citizens do not have access to, and D, pass policies to immediately expel foreign nationals convicted of serious crime in Canada.
The period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. For members participating in person, all those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Here.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Madet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawuk.
Monsieur Madet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawuk.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Monsieur Bélanger, Sudbury Est, Manitoulin, Nickelbelt.
Mr. Bailey.
Pardon me?
Mr. Bailey.
Oh, correction. Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Cobania.
Ms. Cobania.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary, McKnight.
Skyview.
That was Mr. McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary, McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford, South Langley.
Monsieur Groslo.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Hogan.
Holman. Mr.
Holman.
Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Ms. Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conan.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la...
All of those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
No.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald, Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragaskatos.
Mr. Fragaskatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahoda.
Ms. Sahoda.
Mr. Bellinger, Desnathay, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Descendants, Mississippi Churchill River.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Ms. Alty.
Miss Alty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Saanich Suk.
Ms. McLean, Senator Squamel Suk.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Madame Menard.
Madame Menard.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Monsieur
Galloway.
Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Greaves. Correction, Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Ms. Chi.
Miss Chi.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerovitz.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Madame Chartrand.
Rochefort.
Correction, Ms. Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Chiffke.
Monsieur Chiffke.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière des Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. El Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Madame
Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Miss Nathan.
Ms. Huyen.
Miss Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Miss O'Rourke.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Monsieur St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tester Dirksen.
Miss Tessa Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur
Perron.
Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Ms. Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Gazan.
Miss Gazan.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période de vote électronique avant de...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Que la période de vote électronique est terminée.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
They may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My problem wasn't technical.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I don't think my vote was recorded as nay. I was voting in person, not online.
I'm sorry, I didn't, for some reason the mic didn't pick up. Could the member repeat that?
I'm not trying to vote more than once, just to tease my friends. I didn't vote with my app. I was trying to vote and stand, and I don't think my vote was recorded as nay. Just
Ms. May.
Table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 134, 134. Nays contre 198, 198.
I declare the motion defeated. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-244 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Weiler, seconded by Mr. Morrissey, moved that Bill C-244, an act to amend the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999 and the Wrecked, Abandoned or Hazardous Vessels Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
Nous commençons.
We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Procéderons maintenant aux députés qui participent en personne, que tous ceux à ma droite.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please write. Sixth row.
Sundays.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Ms. Hurdle.
Mr. Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Cinquième rangée à ma droite.
Fifth row to my right.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-de-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-de-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row to my right.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Porcoquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Ms. Chartrand.
No, Rochefort.
Correction. Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Chiefke.
Monsieur Chiefke.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Troisième rangée à ma droite.
Third row to my right.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Madame
Kaibaga.
Kayabaga.
Madame Kaibaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row to my right.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Bellinger des Nathamus Nipi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desanipi Churchill River.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean Esquimalt Shannon Sook.
Ms. McLean Esquimalt Shannon Sook.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaracelli.
Mr. Zaracelli.
Madame Chanette.
Madame Chanette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Nakfi.
Back to Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Mr. Nur Mohammed.
Madame Ménard.
Madame Ménard.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row to my right.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui appuient la
All those to my left who support the motion will please rise.
sixième rangée à ma gauche.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Cinquième rangée à ma
Fifth row to my left.
quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row.
Monsieur. Back to Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Where are we at? Quatrième, on n'entend pas le son.
Fourth.
Ici. Alors, c'est quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Quatrième.
Fourth.
To Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row.
Monsieur Perron.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Que tous ceux
Will all those at my right opposed to the motion please rise?
qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien se lever. Sixième,
Sixth row at my right.
cinquième rangée,
Fifth row at my right.
quatrième,
Fourth row at my right. Third row. Second row. First row.
tous ceux à ma gauche.
Will all those at my left opposed to the motion please rise? Sixth row at my left.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Ms. Kirkland.
Ms. Kirkland.
Ms. Cronus. Mrs. Conant.
Mrs. Conant.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Owl.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Cobania.
Ms. Cobania.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davis, Niagara South.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford South Langley.
Monsieur Groslo.
Monsieur Groslo.
Quatrième,
Fourth row at my left.
Monsieur Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegowuk.
Monsieur Madat, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegowuk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmy.
Mr. Tolmy.
Third row.
Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la
I would like to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Ne voyant pas de main levée.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Pour 201, 201. Nays contre 125, 125.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried. Accordingly,
En conséquence, ce projet de loi est renvoyé.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development.
Proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading. Is there a problem? Point of order. Who's got the... Okay. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-237 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Rowe, seconded by Mr. Small, moved, shall I dispense? No. That Bill C-237 enact to amend the Fisheries Act, Atlantic groundfish fisheries, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Ms. Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conan.
Mrs. Conans.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mahal.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mrs. Borelli.
Mrs. Borelli.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Kobania.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Davies, Niagara South.
Mr. Ritter.
Mrs. De Ritter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Gill, Abbotsford South Langley.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Groslo.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawak.
Mr. Mallette, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawak.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mrs. Jansen.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Third row on my left.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
First row on my left.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
All those at my right in favor of the motion. Sixth row. Fifth row.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Fourth row on my right. Third row. Second row. First row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Fifth row on my left.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies.
Fourth row on my left.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou.
Third row on my left.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Second row on my left.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Bonin.
Monsieur Bonin.
First row on my left.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millet Bay of Quinte.
Mr. Millet Bay of Quinte.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Huyen.
Ms. Huyen.
Monsieur Tumba.
Mr. Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Mr. Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur.
Fifth row on my right.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Mr. d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Khan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. El Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Ms. Fancy.
Miss Fancy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Fourth row on my right.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mrs. Gasparo.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Chiffke.
Monsieur Chiffke.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Ms. Yip.
Miss Yip.
Third row on my right.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Madame Kayabaga.
Madame Kayabaga.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Briard.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Ms. Chi.
Miss Chi.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Zarovitz.
Miss Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Fry.
Miss Fry.
Ms. Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Mr. Ballinger, Desnathe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Bélanger, Dessanesi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ms. Sartrand.
Miss Chartrand.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alty.
Miss Alty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt, Shenetsuk.
Miss McLean, Esquimalt, Suk.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Menard.
Madame Menard.
Ms. Scrow.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr.
First row on my right.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Ms. Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Ms. Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Yes.
I was due to technical difficulties with remote
I'm sorry,
voting.
the sound is not working. I can't hear the member.
I experienced some technical difficulties with the remote voting app, and I vote yay.
The honourable member for Burlington.
I also experienced technical difficulties and will be voting nay. Thank you.
Mr. Bonk, yay. Ms. Gould, nay.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 134, 134. Nays contre 197, 197.
I declare the motion defeated. Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison des votes par appel nominal différé, la période prévue.
Government orders will be extended by 41 minutes.
Pardon. Il y a un rappel au règlement. On va attendre un instant là, pour qu'on puisse bien entendre.
There was a point of order. We'll wait a moment so that we can hear.
Savez-vous c'est quoi son rappel au règlement?
Kibble, il est dans la dernière rangée.
Berthier Masquinongé.
Peut-être on peut aller avec lui d'abord.
OK, silence s'il vous plaît.
Silence, please. There is a point of order that I'd like to hear, of course. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased that you want to hear me. It's just to inform you that during the first vote, the online vote began before you had finished reading the question in the House. I'm not calling anything into question here. I'm just informing the House that we need to be vigilant about this. It's the first time we've noted it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford on a point of order.
On a point of order, I'd like to request unanimous consent for the second vote. I did the app. It did not work. It registered on the app that I had voted, but it then, when I followed up after, indicated I didn't. So I'm requesting unanimous consent to vote yay in support of Bill C-2444, the second vote. Thank you.
Excuse me, Kevin.
Peut-être qu'il peut le redemander.
Could all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. So it's carried. OK. On rentre dans les... OK. OK, what are we saying here? OK. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by minister.
Interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Compensation Disparities Between Unionised and Non-Unionised Workers in Canada Mr. Speaker, the text of the document has been submitted electronically to the table officers.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Excuse me.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask for consent to adopt the following motion: that, notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, A, government orders be extended by 6 hours today, and B, in relation to proceedings on the report stage of Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, later this day, any recorded divisions shall not be deferred except pursuant to Standing Order 76.18.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Ordre du jour. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East. Who's next to him?
I rise today to table an e-petition signed by more than 3,300 Canadians who have joined to call to support. Who have joined the call to support Bill C-233. They say that whereas Canada acceded to the Arms Trade Treaty in 2019, committing to prevent the transfer of arms where there is a substantial risk that they could be used in human rights abuses, war crimes, or crimes against humanity, a significant loophole in Canada's export laws currently allows Canadian-made weapons, parts, and components to be exported to the United States, from where they may be transferred to third countries engaged in armed conflict or with records of grave human rights violations. They further noted that this loophole undermines Canada's international commitments, risking making Canada complicit in human rights abuses abroad, and allows Canadian arms to be used in conflicts against civilians. And they also noted that international bodies, including the UN Human Rights Council and independent UN experts, have called on all states to halt arms transfers where there is a substantial risk of their use in violations of international humanitarian law. They therefore are calling on the House of Commons to enact legislation to close the existing loopholes in Canada's arms export laws, including removing exemptions for the United States, strengthening oversight, and ensuring that Canadian arms are never used to commit or facilitate human rights abuses.
Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
On a point of order, and I think it's been raised before, Mr. Speaker, I think members got to be careful that they're not actually reading a petition. It's supposed to be short, concise, the principle of the petition, and then sitting down.
In principle, and I keep a close eye on that, but it didn't strike me as a problem in this case. The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Rise on behalf of the good people of Abbotsford South Langley, who have put forward this position by the troubled proposal of the Liberal bloc amendments to Bill C-9 that would put religious freedoms and Canadians at risk. Petitioners are deeply troubled that the amendment would remove the good faith religious defense from the Criminal Code of Canada that would change and lead to change to a criminalization of passage for the Bible, for the Quran, for the Guru Granth Sahib, and the Torah and other sacred texts, and expose individuals to prosecution in expressing sincerely held religious beliefs that the government may deem offensive. So according to this, the government of Canada is being called on to withdraw Bill C-9 to protect religious freedoms and defend the right to read and share sacred texts free from the government's interference. And I have a second petition as well here, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise on behalf of the good people of Abbotsford South Langley again, who are deeply troubled with the proposed revisions of the salmon allocation policy, changes that would sever limited recreational fishery opportunities for the Coho and Chinook people of British Columbia. Petitioners further emphasize such changes would have serious consequences for the tourism sector and for the millions of dollars of recreational fisheries that are being contributed and conserved in the area. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of British Columbia fishers and anglers calling on the Minister of Fisheries to implement 100% clipping and coated wire tagging programs for hatchery, Chinook, and coho salmon. Coastal communities in BC are being hit hard by salmon retention closures, even as tens of millions of hatchery Chinook are released each year. The problem is straightforward. Too few hatchery fish are being marked and tagged, making it difficult for managers to implement marked selective fisheries and where hatchery fish can be retained and wild fish released. BC's low marking rate retains a key barrier to retention opportunities. This would protect wild fish stocks while allowing selective retention hatchery fish, supporting coastal communities, a way of life, over 9,000 jobs, $1.2 billion industry. I'm pleased to present this petition, and I urge the Minister to act with urgency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of many constituents, I rise to present a petition expressing their deep concern that Canada is off track to meet its targets under the Paris Agreement, which are not political targets, but are based in the science that demands that for the security of humankind, all life on the planet, our children and grandchildren that we hold, global average temperature increase to no more than 2 degrees Celsius. They call for the government, and I will not read it, Mr. Speaker, but many steps that need to be taken that constitute bold climate action. They ask for the government to act swiftly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville. Once we get to orders of the day, I'm going to call the orders.
In support of individuals who also support the member from Cloverdale-Langley City's Bill C-218, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying. They understand that the Government of Canada intends to expand medical assistance in dying made to individuals whose only medical condition is mental illness. And mental illness, they say, is treatable, recovery is possible, and experts agree it is currently impossible to predict when a mental illness is truly irremediable. They are calling on this government on behalf of families and communities who are concerned that people who could recover through treatment and support may instead lose their lives. Bill C-218, the Right to Recover Act, would amend the Criminal Code to ensure that mental illness alone is not considered a grievous and irremediable condition for the purpose of MAID. And so, therefore, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to pass Bill C-218 to stop the expansion of MAID to those whose sole underlying medical condition is a mental illness. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to continue to stand in this House, as are many on the side of the floor, in support of residents and citizens of Canada who are very concerned about the amendment put forward by the Liberal and Bloc parties to amend Bill C-9 that could be used to criminalize passages from the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, and other sacred texts. The state, they say, has no place in the religious texts or teachings of any faith community. Freedom of expression and freedom of religion are fundamental rights, and we need to preserve them. Therefore, we, the individuals, the undersigned, call on the Liberal Government of Canada to protect religious freedom, uphold the right to read and share sacred texts, and prevent government overreach into matters of faith. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured today to table a petition on behalf of residents from Port Alberni, Parksville, Qualicum, and Courtenay in my riding that are concerned about rising inequality, austerity, and the erosion of public services. Now, these petitioners note that while corporate profits continue to reach record highs, more Canadians are struggling to afford the basics of life, and they warn that austerity measures, particularly this government's planned $25 billion reduction to publicly funded jobs and services, will only deepen inequality and undermine the programs that Canadians, especially seniors and people living with disabilities, rely on and are entitled to. And this petition also highlights that climate change is already costing Canadians billions of dollars each year, and that a fair tax on extreme wealth would generate significant revenue to fund good-paying jobs, public services, and a just transition to a sustainable economy. Lastly, these petitioners are calling on this House to reconsider sweeping cuts to jobs and services and to bring forward legislation that ensures corporations and the wealthiest of Canadians pay their fair share. Thank you.
Okay. Questions on the order paper?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? I have to say agreed. Agreed. Okay, we're agreeing. Conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must advise the House of the questions that will be addressed at the adjournment proceedings this evening. 1. The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain, Mental Health and Addictions. The Honourable Member for Leduc Wetaskiwin, Finance. The Honourable Member for York Durham, Ethics.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, comments, consideration at report stage of Bill C-15, the Budget 2025 Implementation Act number 1.
Thanks again.
Order. There are 82 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-15. Motions number 1 through 82 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 82 to the House.
Mr. Davies, seconded by... motion number 1. Motion number 1. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 126. Motion number 2. Monsieur Davies, appuyé par Madame Kwan.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Madame Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 127.
Numéro 3.
Motion number 3. Mr. Davies, seconded by Madame Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 128.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. They're short, but moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 129. Motion number 5. Mr. Davies. Shall I dispense? Yes. Motion number 6. Shall I dispense? No. Nope. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 131. Motion numéro 7.
Motion number 7. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Madame Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 132.
Davies, Vancouver. Shall I dispense? Seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 133. Motion numéro...
Motion number 9. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Queensway, seconded by Madame Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 134.
Motion numéro...
Motion 10. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Madame Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 135.
Motion number 11. Mr. Davies, Vancouver's Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 136. Motion number 12. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 137. Motion numéro 13. Monsieur Davies.
Motion number 13. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Madame Davies, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 138. Motion number 14. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Madame Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 139.
Number 15. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 140. Motion number 16. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 141.
Motion number 17. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Madame Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 142. Motion number 18. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Madame Kwan, moves that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 143.
Motion number 19, Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Shall I dispense? Dispense. Motion number 20, Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Shall I dispense? Dispensed. Motion number 21, Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves the Bill C-15 be amended by deleting clause 146. Motion number 22, shall I dispense? Motion number 23, shall I dispense? Motion number 20, shall I dispense? Motion number 25, shall I dispense? Motion
number 26.
Motion number 27, shall I dispense? Motion number 28, shall I dispense? Motion number 29, shall I dispense? Motion number 30, shall I dispense? Motion number 31, shall I dispense? Motion number 32, shall I dispense?
Feel about that.
We'll resume. Motion. Is there a point of order from the honourable member for St. Catharines?
There's discussions amongst the parties. I believe it. You will find unanimous consent to dispense with the rest of the reading of the motions.
We still need.
I thank the member for his intervention. I'll just confirm that the mover and the seconder, the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway and the honourable member for Vancouver East, would be the mover and seconder of all 82 notices.
So.
Okay, I thank the honourable member. I'll confirm that they are in grouping. So, Group 1, motions 2 to 43 are moved by Mr. Davies, seconded by Madame Kwan. Numbers numéro 47.
44 to 47, Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Perron. 48 to 54, Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Kwan. 55 to 77, Mr. Perron, seconded by Mr. Garon. And 78 to 82, Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Kwan.
Do I have the unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of these motions and that those movers and seconders be noted? Is it agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Debate. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing multiple overlapping crises, from difficulties finding affordable housing, buying groceries to feed their families, to a climate emergency that threatens our very planet. This budget was an opportunity to meet this moment. Unfortunately, in New Democrats' view, it has failed. In fact, it actually reverses many measures the Liberals themselves told Canadians were essential just months ago. New Democrats believe much more can and should be done to build a stronger, more prosperous, and independent Canada that works for all Canadians. Accordingly, we proposed a number of amendments and changes to this budget to meet this objective. Today, I will highlight those at report stage that relate to sections of the budget that we argue should be deleted. First, the Liberals' decision to repeal the digital services tax will hand a major victory to U.S. tech giants at the direct expense of Canadian taxpayers, and an even greater victory to Donald Trump. When the Liberals announced this measure in Budget 2021, they described it as essential for ensuring that corporations in all sectors, including digital corporations, pay their fair share of tax on the money they earn by doing business in Canada. Those aren't my words, Mr. Speaker. Those are the words of the Liberal government. Yet, when the Trump administration objected, the Liberals pledged to abandon this measure immediately. The digital services tax was specifically designed to ensure that the largest U.S. tech giants, companies like those led by Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, contribute fairly to the Canadian economy and the profits they make here from Canadians. The Parliamentary Budget Officer estimated it would raise $7.2 billion over 5 years. Revenue that could have supported public services, infrastructure, and programs Canadians need and rely on. Instead, the Liberals caved into Donald Trump, walked away from billions in revenue, and gave up a tool meant to level the playing field for Canadian businesses, all without negotiating a single benefit for Canada in return. The result? The Liberals are rewarding the biggest foreign tech corporations while eliminating tens of thousands of family-sustaining jobs and slashing services that Canadians rely on. New Democrats say that's the wrong way to go. Second, this budget repeals the underused housing tax during a housing crisis, a truly baffling decision. When this measure was first introduced, the Liberals once again described it as, quote, national tax-based measures targeting the unproductive use of domestic housing that is owned by non-resident, non-Canadians, arguing that it would ensure that foreign owners who use Canada as a place to passively store wealth in housing pay their fair share. Again, who said that? The Liberals said that. Yet, in this budget, the Liberals today wish to eliminate this measure entirely. I guess the development industry has got to them, Mr. Speaker. The PBO estimates the underused housing tax will raise $693 million over 5 years. Repealing it means we are walking away from hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue that could be used to support truly affordable non-market housing, municipal infrastructure, or other public priorities. It also removes an important policy lever designed to discourage vacant foreign investor-held properties at a time when Canadians are struggling with some of the worst housing affordability challenges in our country's history, and this will encourage premises to stay vacant when renters are desperately in need of spaces to call home. Third, while working-class Canadians are told by this government to make sacrifices, this government is repealing the luxury tax on private jets and yachts. The contrast could not be more glaring. Austerity for working people, tax breaks for those at the very top. It's also another total Liberal backflip. In Budget 2021, the Liberals argued that, quote, those who can afford to buy luxury goods can afford to pay a little bit more, especially at a time when ordinary Canadians were making sacrifices to keep our economy afloat post-COVID. Mr. Speaker, to New Democrats, that logic still holds. Yet the Liberals now have abandoned the luxury tax on private jets and yachts entirely. Their justification is that the luxury tax costs more to administer than it brings in. But their own 2025 budget contradicts this claim. Eliminating the tax will cost $135 million over 5 years in lost revenue. Walking away from this revenue is a political choice, one that benefits the wealthiest in Canada, while the Liberal government eliminates tens of thousands of family-sustaining jobs and slashes services Canadians rely on because they claim they have a revenue problem. What makes this decision even more troubling is that unions in the aviation and boating sectors have proposed practical solutions to address the potential industry impacts of this measure. Not a full repeal of the luxury tax. Instead of listening to workers and refining this policy, though, the Liberals are listening to the ultra-wealthy in this country and seeking to scrap it altogether. The result is a policy retreat that gives up hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, abandons an important tax fairness measure aimed at the ultra-wealthy, and ignores the constructive proposals put forward by workers and their unions who were ready to help improve the system rather than dismantle it. Fourth, Bill C-15 contains a serious threat to Canada's democratic foundations. Part 5, Division 5 contains clauses that would grant federal ministers sweeping Henry VIII style powers to temporarily exempt any individual corporation, individual, partnership, association, or organization from the application of almost every federal law and regulation. Although the Liberals made a deal to accept Conservative amendments at committee to add some limited guardrails to these provisions, the core issue remains. This legislation would give ministers the extraordinary power to exempt specific people and corporations from federal laws and regulations. These exemptions could override labor standards, health and safety rules, environmental protections, Indigenous rights, and more. Even with the limited guardrails, the scope of potential exemptions remains incredibly expansive. This undermines the separation of powers by allowing the executive to override laws passed by this Parliament without full transparency or accountability. They do not streamline regulation, as has been claimed. Rather, they erode the rule of law and create a two-tier system where laws passed by Parliament can be suspended arbitrarily. Legal experts and civil liberties advocates maintain that this is not true regulatory sandboxing, as is claimed. They argue that even with the deal cut with the Conservatives, this approach is too broad and less transparent than existing sandbox frameworks in other jurisdictions. The NDP maintains that these clauses cannot be fixed through backroom deals between the Liberals and Conservatives. Indeed, the government still has not publicly justified why such extraordinary powers are necessary, and measures of this magnitude should not be buried in a 600-page omnibus budget bill, which Liberals themselves in opposition said they would not bring in. Once in government again, it's a different story. If the Liberals believe these powers are essential, they should introduce standalone legislation that can be fully studied and debated transparently. So to protect democratic governance, the rule of law, and Canada's constitutional order, Part 5, Division 5 should be removed from Bill C-15 entirely. Fifth, Clauses 373 to 375 of Bill C-15 would retroactively redefine province to exclude the territories in the Veterans Healthcare Regulations as it relates to accommodations and meals payment by veterans in long-term care. In short, this would allow Veterans Affairs Canada to legitimize its past overcharges to veterans and nullify ongoing litigation aimed at securing reimbursement for affected veterans. Canada's Veterans Ombudsperson, Colonel Retired Nishika Jardine, has written to the Minister of Veteran Affairs asking that these provisions be removed from the bill. In her words, using retroactive legislation to correct administrative errors is both inappropriate and unfair and undermines confidence in government decision-making. Ultimately, it is clear to the veteran community that Bill C-15 changes are meant solely to correct an error made by the department and to deny veterans compensation for the overcharge. VAC already faces growing reputational backlash over the manner in which it communicates with Canada's veterans, their families, and survivors. I fear this retroactively measure, if enacted, will increase the deep distrust. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's significant for us to recognize that this particular budget reflects the last federal election. It reflects in terms of whether it's the Prime Minister or members of the Liberal caucus that have brought forward from their constituencies things such as the making permanent the food school program. Things like ensuring the longevity of the dental program, ensuring that we have the largest investment in terms of expanding housing opportunities from coast to coast to coast. There's a lot of wonderful things in here. It's all meant to be able to build Canada strong. And at the end of the day, I would encourage all members of the House to see the value of the bigger picture on how this budget will fit in appropriately in terms of making Canada a stronger and healthier nation.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I'm glad my honourable colleague brings up the last election, because I don't recall the Liberals telling Canadians in the last election that if they were elected, that they would cave into Donald Trump and remove the digital services tax. Frankly, they told Canadians they'd have an elbows-up approach and take a firm stance with Donald Trump. I don't recall the Liberals telling Canadians that they would get rid of the underused housing tax, which was a measure that's starting to work in this country, and house prices are starting to come down. I don't recall the Liberals telling Canadians that they were going to hurt veterans by overcharging them for long-term care. They didn't say those things. There is a fundamental question of credibility raised by my honourable colleague, and that's this. When you tell Canadians something during an election, they expect you to be true to it when you're in government. The Liberals are failing that test.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. Now, coming back to taxing the digital giants, it's a matter of basic fairness. These multinationals are using tax havens to not pay a cent in taxes here. So the government created a tax to try to do something about that. But then, over the summer, the Prime Minister decided to put an end to that policy because he wanted a new trade agreement with the U.S. in order to do something about what was going to happen on July 21st of last year. But then nothing actually happened on that date. I was disturbed to see nothing about it in the budget or C-15. My question for my colleague, what message does that send to other countries, our allies, who created that tax, and then they see Canada stepping away from the policy and instead trying to help the U.S.?
Well, thank my honourable colleague for that excellent question. I mean, so much, I think, is raised by that question, including what is the proper approach to dealing with what we all agree is a difficult Donald Trump administration. But nevertheless, this Liberal government said they would stand up to the Trump administration, yet all we've seen is concession after concession after concession, getting nothing in return. But it raises a fundamental question of tax fairness. If we're not going to tax the largest, most profitable digital corporations in the world, U.S. tech giants, who make hundreds of billions of dollars every year, then what message does that send to ordinary Canadians who this Prime Minister has asked to tighten their belts? What message does it send to the 50,000 federal civil service workers who are getting pink slips, having tens of thousands more of their family members because this government says they don't have enough money? That sends a message that this government cares more about pleasing Donald Trump and pleasing U.S. tech giants than it does about fundamental fairness to Canadians in this country. And New Democrat.
Question and comments. The honourable member for York Durham, about 30 seconds.
The member mentioned tax fairness in his most recent response, and I am increasingly concerned with the tax unfairness that is being brought on by this Liberal budget. Over the course of this budget, Canadians in the next generation will have to pay for every dollar that is borrowed. So my question to the member is, does he think it is fair for the next generation to be saddled by the debts of this generation for their entire lives?
The member for Vancouver Kingsway, about 30 seconds.
Well, in a word, no, I don't. And I think this government has a revenue problem. And instead of cutting and slashing services that Canadians need at a time when we're facing crises, which, by the way, I must respectfully say the Conservatives would slash even more, I think what we need to do is raise revenue in a fair and progressive manner. That's why things like taxing yachts and private jets, taxing U.S. tech giants, making sure that the wealthiest pay a little bit more, like the Liberals themselves said was necessary before the last election, is something that New Democrats believe in. We have a great country. We need to pay for the services Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleagues who are here today. Today we are debating C-15, the Budget Implementation Act, and we're at the report stage. Believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, some people are tuning in at home. I know some of them. And I want to explain to those people who are listening what report stage is. This is a 603-page budget. There are many things in that budget that are toxic for Quebec, for our industries, that will be bad for co-ops like Desjardins, bad for farmers. And with this kind of toxic budget, well, then at committee, we bring forward amendments. And sometimes people think that after committee stage, it's over. But no, there is another opportunity, one last opportunity, to make this inadequate budget a little better. And the final opportunity is indeed now at report stage, because at that point you can still change the amendments. So what happened at committee on Monday, the committee that was not able to be publicized, it was inexplicable. Things should have been changed. It was very clear why. Everything had been explained. But then we found that the Liberals were being obstinate. For example, the High-Speed Rail Act. In the portion of the budget where they're talking about the High-Speed Rail Network Act, they're giving operators would not actually have to report to the Auditor General, who would not be subject to monitoring by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and they would be given disproportionate expropriation powers. And they would be allowed to violate the rights of future victims of expropriation who are in the way of the train project, rights that other Canadians would still have, which means that second-class citizens would be created along the proposed rail route. And the government is saying that that's the same thing as what was done in Quebec during a different rail project. But that REM project in Quebec was just a few dozen kilometers. And that was a train that not only has more economic benefits, but it's more flexible and is not going to pass through so much private property. And yet the same model is being applied to the wrong problem, to a network which is entirely different from the REM project. It's 1,000 kilometers long. It cannot use existing switches in many cases. It doesn't turn and doesn't stop in many stations at all. And so since that same system is going to be applied and there won't be a chance for people to contest what happens before some commissioner, so that we don't end up with lots and lots of people contesting expropriations at the federal court, well, we're going to end up in a situation where we have 1,000 kilometers of people who end up at the federal court possibly with a government that can't seem to even appoint judges.
Bob.
We need to allow people who are subject to an expropriation notice to be heard by a commissioner within 21 days. And all Canadians have that right, but the Conservatives did not vote on that. The Conservatives allowed the Liberals to create two classes of people, and that affects the people of Mirabel in my riding. Now, we are expected to vote in the House. They wanted to make those subject to a land expropriation notice to have to ask permission to rebuild after an incident like a weather incident or other. If you have a farm and there's an incident with the high-speed train or the construction and your stable burns down, you won't be able to rebuild it. I know someone named Eric who had a huge fire on his farm. His livelihood burned down, his stables, his animals, and that was a real tragedy in Mirabel. He could no longer earn a living. Under the current law, if the high-speed train even touches his property, then if someone in his situation were to have a fire on their property, they would not be allowed to rebuild. That's very, very serious. We wanted to fix this issue. The government told us, fine, we can compromise. We will allow people to rebuild in case of a natural disaster. But then even that concession was too much for them. They withdrew their own amendment and they said, well, if there's a tornado, a flood, people cannot rebuild and let them go bankrupt. That's the Liberal approach. That's how they want to treat people through this legislation. We are tabling an amendment today to give Conservatives and Liberals one last chance to show a bare minimum of respect and to give everyone equal treatment. We just wanted to give people 21 days to challenge things before a commissioner. Alto is lying to people. Alto says that people will have 30 days if they are subject to having land expropriation or having their land taken from them. We want to ensure that if someone's land is to be taken from them, we don't want that to be able to occur by email, just automatically. Alto can't just do that. Alto has to ask permission. Alto can't have so much power that it just automatically takes someone's land. We want them to have to ask permission and inform people. We also want the digital services tax reinstated. The DST is important to us, and the Prime Minister is just groveling before the American president, just groveling and trying to cater to him by canceling the digital services tax. Meanwhile, private media is experiencing a huge crisis. Their content is just being stolen and reshared. Meanwhile, big streaming giants are being given the green light to just engage in a free-for-all in Canada. Meanwhile, our private media organizations are in crisis. We want the government to fix that. We want the government to reinstate the digital services tax. Now, there are also issues and mistakes that the government should fix in the banking sector. Through this legislation, the government wanted to regulate federal banks, but they also wanted to regulate retailers who are digital intermediaries and who are under provincial jurisdiction. So the federal government wants to tell, for instance, Desjardins what to do, even though that's Quebec's area of jurisdiction. Albertans are also affected by this. There's a company called Alberta Treasury Branches, ATB Financial. They were called a bank before, but it wasn't a bank, so the federal government went after them to get them to change their name. The federal government wanted to interfere with an extension of Alberta's government and their jurisdiction. Now, when there is a jurisdiction dispute and the federal government wants to regulate intermediaries, there will be an obligation for the minister to meet with his provincial counterparts to ensure that it doesn't end up a challenge before the Supreme Court, and so that we can have a truly open banking system. But the Liberals voted against that. This is what I mean when I say that this is toxic to provinces. Intermediaries, which are not financial product manufacturers, they are not under federal regulation. And it's good to have less paperwork, but there are existing ways of doing things that are done elsewhere, and we can't just give any minister in any sector at any time the right to do away with anything they want. There is way too much leeway for this process. This process undermines the prerogative of Parliament. There was a compromise. The Liberals made a deal with the Conservatives, but their deal does not protect the environment or First Nations or workers, even though that's what they claim to do. We want to correct this. We need to throw this legislation into the recycling bin and start again from scratch, because that's what this legislation, that's what it deserves. We want there to be less negative toxicity in this budget. We are putting forward constructive amendments, Mr. Speaker. We're tabling them and tabling them again. Why? Some people, like those across the way, seem to have a bad attitude, but they could always have a change of heart and decide to do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm surprised to hear the Bloc Québécois member using fear tactics, the same types of tactics we see from the Conservative Party. And what surprises me even more is the totally inappropriate language he's using. Maybe the member thinks that since there aren't many Francophone members here right now, he can give himself permission to say all kinds of unacceptable things, but I would like him to apologize and withdraw his remarks. He talked about expropriation, about taking people's land, and he knows that legislation on taking people's land have been significantly updated. We're not in the same situation we were in 1969. As a Quebecer, I'm very proud of my province's ahead of its times legislation. And why don't they support great policies that we're implementing here, like the Canada Dental Care Plan and the School Food Program? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, how it's hard to not answer kindly someone who is so kind, who is so positive and contributes so well to parliamentary debates. I commend my colleague on her tone. Today, I really like it. What I said about the Prime Minister and what I said about the Prime Minister and the American President, what am I supposed to say about that? It's true. Point of order, the Honourable Member. The member is repeating these words, and these words are disrespectful toward the Prime Minister of Canada, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for her point of order. I ask all members to please be careful in their choice of words here in the House. We all need to be careful. We can be even more careful. I thank the member for raising this point. Questions and comments, the honourable member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his great speech. I'd like to raise something that he brought up about the open banking system and protection of consumers, as well as data. As far as he knows, was the Government of Quebec consulted on C-15? Are they in agreement with C-15? And as far as he knows, was there any communication between the provincial government and the federal government? And if there was, what did the federal government say about working together in a topic that should not be controversial? The honourable member for Mirabel. Well, as far as I'm aware, this was done unilaterally by the federal government. We tabled amendments to ensure that Quebec's constitutional prerogative is respected. Intermediaries selling banking products are not banks. We are constructive. We are positive. We want to work constructively. The Liberals, and what proves that is that the Liberals had no choice but to vote in favor of some of our amendments, because without some of our amendments, C-15 would have had the federal government before the Supreme Court on a number of issues. We need to ensure that we don't end up in constitutional battles before the Supreme Court. And so our amendments would address that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable friend who is on the Finance Committee with me, I wonder if he wanted to comment on some of the other pieces of the bill that had to be amended at the Finance Committee. We've seen over and over again this government's penchant for consolidating power into the executive and removing the powers of parliamentarians. We had to amend this bill at committee to give more accountability to the extraordinary powers that this government tried to grant itself. Would you like to comment on that, or any of the other examples we've had of this government and its penchant for consolidation of power with the executive?
The honourable member for Mirabel. I thank my colleague for the question. I appreciate my colleague very much, and he knows that. Despite the fact that I appreciate him, he voted in favor of C5 to concentrate more power within the federal government. Now, he can vote with us, but he should not vote to strengthen even more executive power, because that branch is not subject to parliamentary oversight. Now, this colleague did make a deal with the government on the reducing paperwork legislation, and we have suggested models of how things are done elsewhere, which could be a good idea. Now, this is a 602-page bill. There are, of course, a couple of positive bits, but we could talk about all of it for hours and hours. Resuming debate.
Alors, député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Merci, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak to this very important bill. I will restate some of my colleague from Mirabel's points. Mr. Speaker, I wish people had other constructive comments to make to me other than telling me that I'm fear-mongering. Our job here is to read legislation before us, and as an intelligent, constructive opposition party, it is our job to find what's problematic in the legislation and try to fix it. With 615, though, that's hard to do because this is mammoth legislation with a lot that needs fixing. First, I'd like to address all the exemptions being given to the high-speed train Alto project. Now, people say that in Canada, projects don't go fast enough, that things need to go very, very quickly this time. But in this omnibus bill, rights are being taken away from my constituents in Berthier-Masquinongé. The train will go through our riding. We are defending constituents. We are raising a red flag. We are not fear-mongering. This is like what we were standing up for on our recent opposition day about what occurred in Mirabel in 1969. Everyone voted in favor of our opposition motion. We were very happy about it. Everyone voted to guarantee that people have more rights this time. But why is it that someone whose land is taken from them would not have the right to be heard before a commissioner? People are telling me stop fear-mongering. The laws have changed since 1970. We know, we agree. Here's the problem, though. In C-15, the government is once again changing the laws it passed in after the 1969 incident. And in the case of Alto, there were two issues near my riding in Trois-Rivières and in Berthierville. I went to the events to meet with Alto representatives and also to talk to constituents who came to these information sessions to share their concerns. They were told by Alto, oh, have no fear, have no fear. No one's land will be removed from them by email. So that's what they're saying. But what's written in the legislation is different. I want to believe what Alto reps were saying, but what I see in C-15 is different. They say, the government, they say we've changed expropriation laws since C-15, since 1970, and that's true, but then why does C-15 change things again? I've talked to Alto employees and I've said, if your project is so good, why do we need legislation to change past legislation, which is good? And they tell me, well, it's because we need to go quickly, lickety-split. But I think if we proceed like that, Mr. Speaker, we're at risk of serious mistakes. There could be huge financial mistakes. Today, during question period, a lot of government financial mistakes were listed. One example is the Curam software. We wonder how things can go off the rails so badly. And sometimes we find out that when mistakes are made with spending in government, it's because people decide that they need to act quickly, which leads to mistakes. My constituents in Berthier-Masquinongé, I'm thinking about them. What are we here to do as members of Parliament in the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker? We, as opposition members, are not here to be the government's yes men. We are here to protect and defend our constituents' interests. You know, I'd like to conduct a survey among MPs. There are 343 of us. How many of us feel that the Canada Transport Board doesn't do anything, blocks projects? Well, that is a recognized institution made up of transportation experts. When we are elected as MPs, we don't automatically become experts in everything under the sun just because we're elected officials. Some people seem to think that that's the case, but that is not true. We come from all walks of life, and our job is to hear from real experts, inform ourselves as best we can, and make informed decisions in the best interests of our constituents. We're here to help our constituents, not to help businesses proceed faster. We all agree that once there is a high-speed train, it should go quickly. The train should go quickly, but the project leading up to it should not go too quickly. We need to protect constituents. We cannot have people's land taken away from them. We need to protect Quebec's best agricultural lands. I'm not saying anything absurd here. 2% of land in Quebec is agricultural land. And all of a sudden, whenever the federal government wants to go ahead with projects, they do it on our agricultural land. We want to know why constituents' right to challenge government decisions is being taken from them. And I'm being told that I'm fear-mongering. That's what they're saying across the way. I am not fear-mongering. I am not spreading fear. I am defending people. That's my job. I will never stop defending the people of Berthier-Masquinongé, and the day I do is the day I no longer belong here. That's the truth of the matter. That's what I'm here to do with as much integrity and calm as possible, even though sometimes I may become very passionate. Why are we allowing the option of removing people's land from them by email? People say, oh, that's not even true. Well, I've done my homework. That's what I was told at the Alto information session.
Sure, I did have good discussions with wonderful people, but people are saying that there are lies in there, but actually it's written in the Act. They need to say yes ahead of time. I mean, Alto, all well and good, but these things are not indicated in the Act. This is why we're proposing these amendments. How can you remove the environmental impact assessments for a project, or the impact assessments in general? I don't think we're seeing great reasons for doing this. It's not that urgent. You know, let's be honest. High-speed rail for North America is already lagging behind. So if it takes an extra 5 years, all well and good. Let's take it takes an extra 3 years or even 6 months, depending on how things go. I think it's important to make sure that we are respecting the rights of citizens. We are talking about this report stage, and we need to make these amendments. And I'm calling on the government and the opposition benches who want this project to go ahead. Historically, when you want to have something pass, you need, especially a project of this nature, you need social license. If you don't have social license, you can't go ahead, and you can't get social license if you remove people's civic rights. So you need to change the approach. And I think things are not looking good right now, really, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we're making this statement tonight. And why is it important? We want to make sure that there is this issue of control over these lands. Usually you have a 120-day period for this expropriation. Now we're talking about 120 years. Those people that are in the expropriation corridor, this 10-kilometer corridor, we were discussing this at the last discussion here. All of those people will not be expropriated. You need 60 meters to do this work. That just breeds uncertainty among people, and then we're going to be accused of fear-mongering? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. There are other things that are unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. I did address those things. For instance, the digital services tax. It makes no sense. We're happy that we got lower tariffs for these libraries, but we had to shake up the minister to get him to respond on that. And I think that's our job. I think he appreciates that we drew that to his attention. That's our job, really. And again, today we're doing our job. We want your bill to work. If you want this bill to work, don't remove citizens' rights. Don't change these acts. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I very much appreciate my colleague, and I appreciate his tone. It's much more constructive than his colleagues, and I also appreciate working with him. He is, in fact, my neighbor. So I understand how people in his riding feel about the high-speed train. This is a generational project. It will mean significant economic benefits, including for his region. I know he's aware of this. Constituents really want to see this project come to fruition. We need to have the means to build our economy, Mr. Speaker. I was saying this earlier. As a Québécoise, I am very proud to come from a province that is really ahead of the game for when it comes to all these social programs that other provinces have taken up after us. How, as a Quebecer, can he, in good conscience, vote against Bill C-15 that is actually taking care of the most vulnerable Canadians? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, my neighbour, for her question. I was awaiting that question with bated breath, and I'm happy to get it. In an omnibus bill, for sure, you're going to have some positive measures, but then you have a whole slew of others that are not. As opposition, our role, just to be clear, is to identify, we take a marker here and we write this down. Why are you trying to change the act for this specific high-speed train project? If you want this to pass, don't do this, and then people will trust you more. When I discuss this issue with the people from Alto, they say, we're nice, we'll act nice. Sure, I'll believe that, but how can we have this written in the law that they can simply trample people's rights? Just remove that.
Member for Smilkaneen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. There's definitely a lack of confidence with this Liberal government. And what I'd like to ask him is, for some reason, I wondered if he could tell us again why he doesn't trust this government to follow through with their promises, in particular with the high-speed rail project.
Honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, I thank my colleague for a question. What casts doubt in my mind, Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat this, is that people say, just calm down, Mr. Perron, don't worry. Laws on expropriation have changed since the 1970s. Rights are being upheld. So, I accept that. I'll believe it. Sure. The law has changed, but why are you changing it to have this train project go ahead? Legislation has been improved over the years, and jurisprudence is built over years, good and bad experiences. And Mirabel was a form of trauma that gave us an opportunity to improve legislation after the fact. And now things are okay. Why now choose to backtrack and remove those rights? I can't trust someone say, don't worry, but at the same time, I'll have this right in the act that basically we can trample people's rights. The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé for his speech. I'm wondering about C-15. What message is it sending out when it comes to democracy? My colleague, the member for Mirabel, spoke about the digital services tax on these giants just to please the American president. It did nothing other than to worsen the media crisis because there was no announcement to support local or community radio stations. The ad income also lost. We know that diversity of voices in regions is an example of democracy, and a question on democracy. On C-15, many environmental groups have spoken to me about the environmental impact of Bill C-15 and the fact that some of these rights are being removed. I'd like to hear what this member has to say about that. 40 seconds, the honourable member from Berthier-Masquinongé. I'll be quick. Thank you for these questions. Of course, when you remove environmental laws, then you can't really trust. And that's getting back to what I was saying earlier. Information, local media, this all matters in regions like mine. You need more capital in these regions. We had worked so hard on the digital services tax. It is such a shame to see these losses just to please our American neighbors. I understand that in negotiations you have to compromise, but let's be honest, it's been a while since this happened. And where are the results? Sure, if you're gonna remove that, you need to bring in other measures. We need to protect our media.
Debate, for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today to discuss Bill C-15 at a critical time in Canada's history. When I knock on doors in my community in Newmarket, Aurora, Canadians are very clear about what they want. They want action. They want results. They know that this government has enough power to make big changes. They're watching, they're waiting in anticipation. They expect progress, but sadly, they're still anxiously waiting to see it. We have already passed Bill C-5, the major projects legislation. Canadians expect to see fundamental change in how quickly projects are approved and built. They're watching to see whether this government can finally move at the speed required to compete globally. They're also watching the broader economic picture. They've been told that deficits must rise in order to invest in growth. However, I warn the government that this is extremely risky, given that persistent deficits can lead to inflation. They have been told that regulatory reform is necessary to unlock productivity. And while I agree, this must never come with a huge price tag of less accountability and transparency. And now, through Bill C-15, we are creating regulatory sandboxes intended to accelerate innovation, particularly in environmental technology and financial technology. Taken together, these are significant levers of economic transformation. And we must remember the institutional reality in which these decisions are made. Canada already has one of the most centralized executive systems in the democratic world. The Prime Minister's office exercises immense influence over cabinet and their chief of staff, over the political party of the government, over crown corporations, over appointments to the Senate and judiciary, over the senior public service, over major projects, over regulatory sandboxes of innovation in the financial technology and environmental technology. This government has the capacity to make radical and meaningful changes to address productivity, competitiveness, and economic growth. Now, as Conservatives, we don't always agree with the approach being taken, but we stand loyal to Canadians in supporting legislation that is good for our country and opposing that which is bad. The message Canadians have sent clearly and strongly is that something needs to get done. And they expect us to work together to move forward in the best possible way. I believe Canadians can take real pride in what has happened with Bill C-15. Members of the opposition, civil liberties organizations, environmental groups, journalists, and engaged Canadians across the country raised serious concerns about a provision that would have granted extraordinary authority to individual cabinet ministers, what I described as the powers of a king. As originally drafted, the provision would have allowed individual cabinet ministers and the Prime Minister to exempt hand-picked individuals or entities from more than 150 years of Canadian federal law, quietly and behind closed doors. This is an immense concentration of power in the hands of individual cabinet ministers. When this came to light, the government said the provision was introduced in good faith, an accidental power grab of immense proportions. But what is clear is that the provision was not drafted with the safeguards that Canadians expect. So concerns were raised. Several cabinet ministers struggled to justify it. Heated debate followed. Public pressure escalated. And ultimately, meaningful changes were negotiated and secured by the Conservatives. Canadians can look at this moment with pride. Political parties rose above their differences. A fundamental issue was recognized, and while I would have preferred to remove these provisions, concerns were addressed. As a result, I have received personal notes from supporters from all political parties saying that they appreciate the amendments. It is also a powerful reminder of something essential in a parliamentary democracy: the importance of a strong opposition. An opposition that asks questions, that examines power carefully, that ensures democratic safeguards remain in place. While it is disappointing to hear my Liberal colleagues describe this negotiation as obstruction, this is how a true democratic system is to work. And now I would like to remind colleagues and Canadians what the core issue was and what has changed. The amendments were to what I described as the powers of a king provision. As originally written, the provision granted individual cabinet ministers the extraordinary power to exempt hand-picked individuals or entities from almost any federal law, with the sole exception of the criminal code. This is an immense concentration of power. The past amendments seek to strike a balance between innovation and democratic safeguards. It preserves the ability to create sandboxes that support innovation, particularly in the clean tech and financial technology sectors, while ensuring that such flexibility operates within the clear democratic limits. Specifically, the amendments introduce 7 key protections. First, a new mandatory 30-day public consultation prior to an exemption being granted. Second, equal rules that apply to all participants within a sector, not only hand-picked companies. Third, dual approval by both a cabinet minister and the president of the Treasury Board. Fourth, mandatory publication of orders within 30 days. Fifth, a full report to Parliament within 90 days explaining the rationale and assessing whether permanent legislative change is warranted so that we can continue to foster innovation. Sixth, a requirement that ministers appear before committee when requested to explain the sandbox. Seventh, clear limits on what can never be exempted, including foundational statutes such as the Access to Information Act, Auditor General Act, Canada Elections Act, Conflict of Interest Act, Financial Administration Act, Privacy Act, Investment Canada Act, and other core accountability, safety, and national interest laws. While I would have preferred to remove this provision altogether and have it studied fully, to carefully define the limits of any regulatory sandbox and the procedures governing it, I believe the amended language represents a balanced, responsible path forward. It meets the urgency of the moment while preserving the accountability, transparency, and democratic standards Canadians expect. Canadians expect us to move forward, and they expect us to work constructively at a moment when economic pressures and global competition demand focus and resolve. So I look at this moment not as a moment of division, but as a moment of responsibility. I want to reassure Canadians that every step of the way, Conservatives will continue on a disciplined path to hold the government accountable and negotiate changes that are good for Canadians. I want to thank every single Canadian who signed my petition, who wrote articles, letters, emails, and messages. Your advocacy has won today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I appreciate the comments from the member from Newmarket Aurora. I genuinely appreciate the experience that she brings to this House. She spoke about productivity and competitiveness and the need for economic growth. I think, we're very much aligned on that. And also the need to work together and the importance of our Canadian democratic institutions. So my question, I guess, is just in the global context of things that are going on in the world right now, where does she see that continuous collaboration and constructive criticism fitting into, Canada's place in the world? Thank you.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question. I take particular pride in Bill C-15, and particularly in the amendments that we have put forward. I think this is an example of how we can work together, how working together, in fact, will make the bill stronger. And it is critical. It is critical as we fight for stronger take-home pay for Canadians, as we work together for a sovereign Canada, and we focus on several issues that are critical for Canadians today, including crime and affordability.
Question et commentaire, Lana.
The honourable member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get the sense that you enjoy reciting my riding name. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. We often hear that the opposition's job is to oppose, to obstruct, but in fact we're here to enhance and improve bills and be constructive. In the case of C-15, it was basically a flash job. It's a 600-page bill, so many sections in it. Yes, there are some good parts to it, but there are some sections that require a second look. The Minister of Finance apparently had been unaware of the fact that there was an issue with respect to public rural libraries and other issues. There was an amendment that was brought forward. Could she provide an example of an amendment that her party put forward to improve Bill C-15?
I'd like to thank the member for her question. And just to address her comments at the beginning, I wholeheartedly agree that a strong opposition just makes Canada overall stronger. That's what we're here to do. We're here to strengthen bills, provide amendments, improve ideas, and to work together. And to represent our constituents. And yes, the day that we stop representing our constituents, then we do not belong in this House. My speech focused on the amendments that we put forward on this particular provision that would have concentrated power, immense power amongst cabinet ministers, and we provided a balanced approach in our amendments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent speech. Member from Newmarket Aurora spoke a moment ago about how we can collaborate together and strengthen legislation as demonstrated by these amendments. I was wondering if the member could take a moment to speak to the importance of scrutiny on bills that sound rather innocuous, like a Budget Implementation Act, but they're some 600 pages long. And perhaps you could elaborate on why it's important that the opposition scrutinize legislation that's this expansive. Thank you.
Honourable member for Newmarket Aurora in about 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would have loved a little bit more time with this bill. It is a huge bill, not only in the number of pages, but it is an omnibus bill. And this provision, the Henry VIII provision, in fact, should have been a standalone bill and taken out. But we have ultimately tried to compromise and to continue to provide safeguards while fostering innovation. It is important for Canada, but most certainly not at the expense of concentration of power and potential abuse.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
It's a pleasure to speak to the Budget Implementation Act with the fresh feedback and concerns of my constituents in mind. And the people in the community that I represent, and this community is made up of many different communities, but really we're united by a lot of things, as are many Canadians. And we didn't just get feedback on Election Day. Members that are in their community connecting with their neighbors and residents get that feedback all the time. And there's one item in particular that is contained in the Budget Implementation Act, the BIA, that has caused me to receive more feedback than any other single issue in my 7 years as a parliamentarian, and that's the Alto high-speed rail project. Now, Alto is a Crown corporation, and it's going to, it proposes to run a high-speed train from Toronto with stops in Toronto, Peterborough, Ottawa, and on to Quebec City with stops including in Montreal. But it would pass through my region and is proposed to pass through my community. And the overwhelming feedback that I've received is that this is going to have a detrimental effect for many, many people on homes, on farms, on recreational properties, for small businesses, and for the environment, for historic sites. And I want to get into a couple of those things. If you think about a high-speed rail project, this is a train that's going to be traveling at a few hundred kilometers per hour. There's no at-grade crossings or level crossings. So that means that everywhere there's a road that intersects with the path of this train requires an overpass, a vehicle overpass. And so this corridor that would be, up to 200 feet wide, it's going to cut through the communities that it's proposed to pass through, with large fences on either sides severing roads. Now, I want to say that not only have I heard feedback from my community, I've also spoken with the proponent, with Alto, this Crown corporation. And I've asked them, will there be overpasses at every road that it intersects with? The answer was no. So this is a problem. This is going to orphan all kinds of properties, roads. It's going to create tremendous challenges with emergency response times, which are already challenging in rural areas. It's also going to pass through the Frontenac Arch biosphere. This is a UNESCO-recognized biosphere. It's the people who live in our community. We know the rare and many different types of flora and fauna that exist in the region and in the Frontenac Arch biosphere. Heritage sites, buildings and monuments older than our country itself, including the Rideau Canal, would be disturbed, upset, destroyed by this project. And you think about the individual properties. Well, I've heard from hundreds of people within the proposed corridor who've said they are not going to sell. And that means that there's going to be expropriations. We heard from the minister at committee this week that those properties will be acquired this year. But when you have a project of this scale, and if it's something that's supposed to bring Canadians together, you would expect that with all of these impacts that I've tried to mention very quickly, and I know that there are many more, that there would be consultations in the communities where it would be passing through. Did I mention there's no stop in our community? So this is something that's going to pass through. There's going to be no service to the region and it's going to cost $90 billion. Well, that's the estimate from Alto, from the government. But there are many experts who say it will cost many orders of magnitude more than that. But when we're talking about a $90 billion project, in my community, that means thousands of dollars in cost per household. For a train service with fares that aren't even being estimated yet, that many would never be able to afford. They can't afford the prices on Via Rail currently. And it is expected and all but assured that prices on Alto will be higher. So with all of that, you would expect that there would have been a consultation in our community. Now, they told us to drive to another county, drive to another district, and we'd be happy to provide you with the pitch there. That's what they've been told. That's not a dialogue. And the people who've reached out to me, whether they own seasonal properties, some of whom won't have returned to their seasonal properties yet this year before finding out that the consultation period is closed. You know, I've sent postcards to every business and residence in my riding, asking people to participate, to solicit their feedback so I can provide it to the minister, so I can provide it to Alto. And they're going to be able to fill out that survey at michaelbarrettmp.ca. It's my parliamentary website. It's michaelbarrettmp.ca. And it's important that folks are able to provide their feedback about something that's going to affect them very deeply. Properties, businesses, homes that have been in a family for generations. And I think about the folks who've reached out to me about their grandchildren, about the next generation they hope to have take on their farm, an intergenerational farm transfer, their business to go to their children, or to have their grandkids play in the yard. I think about what that would mean for me. You know, if I look at my children, at Luke, at Ama, at Michaela, at James, at Nathan. You know, Amanda and I are so proud of them and watching them grow up. This is our dream. And to be told that your property's going to be taken away from you. We're going to tell you what it's worth. Take it or leave it. But don't worry, it's for a really important project, for infrastructure you'll never use, and you can't afford to pay for. This isn't the kind of thing that brings Canadians together. We have so much work to do in Canada. We have so much work to do to build projects that would unite us. We're a country rich in natural resources, but we don't have the infrastructure to get them to Tidewater. We've got areas that are looking for very specific transit projects that would help people in dense urban areas who are looking for projects like this in corridors that exist. But that's not what we're seeing here. What we're seeing is a proposal that would violate the rights of many thousands of Canadians, and they're not even being asked what they think about it. When a Crown corporation is prepared to expropriate properties in a community, but isn't prepared to go to the community first to meet people where they live, well, this isn't something that's being done with the best interest of Canadians in mind. So no, I don't have a property that's in the corridor, but I represent a community that has many who do. And when I think about my kids, I think about their kids. I think about people who work tirelessly just to afford the dream of home ownership, or to be able to have a roof over their head, to farm the land, to feed our country. And so I'm opposed. I'm opposed to Alto HSR, and I'm going to vote against it. And it's for my community, it's for this generation, it's for the next, it's for Canada.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For a moment there, I thought I was back in Hamilton City Council on Planning Committee, because every single time there is a project that comes forward, we hear the exact same rhetoric from retail politicians that want to stand in the way because it's politically expedient. Every single industrialized economy in the world, whether it's Europe, China, Japan, except for maybe the US, has a high-speed rail network that brings their country together as an alternative to air travel. So my question, I guess, is why not take a leadership role to make this project the best that it can be for your community instead of just taking the easy way out to say you're opposed and get in the way? Thank you.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
The corridor that's being proposed to be serviced has a very well-established highway. It has the 401. We also, in that very same corridor, have rail service. Via Rail services that. We're not talking about enhancing the service that exists, taking cars off the road that way. Via continues to reduce service offerings. But instead, what's being proposed is not, as the member offers, a service to folks in my community. It's quite the opposite. It's a disservice to them at their own expense. I can't abide it. This isn't about not in my backyard. I don't think it should be in anyone's backyard.
Député Joliet, Manawan.
The Honourable Member for Joliet Manawan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have another question about the question of high-speed rail and the part of C-15 that would remove rights from people who are expropriated. I recently went to the town of Berthier, near Joliet in my riding, to the consultations, and I saw that there was a major protest from concerned farmers because there's a 10-kilometer wide area to determine where the route will be, and there will be no way for people to seek remedy. If there's something that happens to an agricultural building, they won't be able to be renovated or replaced for years. And what I also heard from farmers is that they don't know if they'll be able to somehow cross the route on an overpass. They reminded me that it took years for one to be built in that area, so they are concerned the same thing will happen again. Are we showing a lack of respect to our farmers in this part of C-15?
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Merci pour la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I have a lot of concerns about this bill.
That we're talking about are going to affect many people. And this is something that when I specifically asked in this case, would they guarantee that people would continue to be able to travel in the same way? And being able to get a car over top of an overpass is one thing. Well, what about a combine? What about large farming equipment? What about transportation? With tractor trailers, 18-wheelers. And the consultation process is not being done in earnest, and we must respect. I cannot believe that at a time when we need to protect our food sovereignty, that this kind of disrespect would be shown to agricultural producers and farmers in this country. We can't abide it.
Questions and comments, member for Calgary. The member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyandanega, about 40 seconds.
Perfect. I respect and I applaud the member beside me to come out with such a strong statement against Alto. I understand we share similar demographics and we both ridings affected by this project. Could I please ask the member to elaborate on some of the concerns and or feedback that he's getting from his constituents and why, as in the role of opposition, he's so able to speak against it?
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, in about 40 seconds or less.
Well, I appreciate the question from the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, Addington, Tyandanega, because I know that her community is rightly concerned as well. And the honourable member has expressed her concerns and opposition to this project for the effects that it's going to have on private properties, on farms, on small businesses, on homes, on heritage sites, on the environment, with no benefit to those in the community and at great cost. And I appreciate that, we have that opportunity, but it's such an important role that we play in His Majesty's loyal opposition to be able to offer you know, the alternative view, and to be able to stand up for our constituents, to stand up for Canadians, and I applaud her for her work in doing that.
Debate reprise du débat et on me member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's a lot of things I could talk about when it comes to this budget. You know, from the perspective of the challenges that it brings. You know, obviously, the first thing we can look at, of course, is the fact that there is you know, $78 billion in new debt being created for future taxpayers. But what I'd like to do tonight, because I have had the opportunity to speak to some of those things before, is speak directly to the veterans in this country, to their families, and to those who support our veterans in this country. Because sadly, while this government is, you know, spending $78 billion that they don't have, the one place, or one of the very few places that they've decided to cut, and cut very deeply, frankly, is when it comes to services for our veterans. And if there is one place that we should not be seeing those kinds of cuts, if there is one place where we should be seeing every penny that is deserved go into it, it should be to make sure that the men and women who have gone and served this country, in many cases bled, given their limbs for this country, and that is the place that this government decides to find cuts. That's the one place they decide is the place to take it from. It's from those veterans who have given everything for this country. And I guess it saddens me, frankly, Mr. Speaker, to even have to talk about this. But what we know at this point is that, you know, there's about $4 billion in cuts in this budget when it comes to our veterans. Now, the government won't admit to that. In fact, when the Minister of Veterans Affairs has been asked about the cuts that are widely reported in the media, that are widely acknowledged by everyone except for that government, the Minister of Veterans Affairs, oh no, we're not cutting. We're investing in veterans. But it's very clearly there in the budget. That there are $4 billion in cuts coming to veterans. And so what that does, when they're not even willing to be open and honest and admit to what those cuts are, it leaves veterans and their family members and those who support our veterans wondering, what is it going to be? What are these cuts that we're going to face? And obviously that almost has a worse impact than just knowing what those cuts will be. Now, they have admitted to one of the cuts that they're making. They've said that they're going to cut the reimbursement rate for cannabis. And they've kind of tried to claim that that would, in fact, make up the whole $4 billion in cuts. So we're talking about a program that's a little over $200 million a year program. And they're cutting the reimbursement rate by about a quarter. So I'm not sure how those numbers add up. I don't know if there's someone that maybe there's some math I'm not understanding here, Mr. Speaker. They say it's lifetime costs and these kind of things, but that's a lot of pot over a lot of period of time. So clearly that is not an accurate representation of what these cuts are. So here's what we have been able to learn through scouring the budget and through some of the things that we're hearing from veterans in the veteran community. So there seems to be about 5 different areas where thus far we've been able to determine that there's some cuts coming when it comes to veterans. And I want to speak a little bit to those and to what the impact of that will be. Now, the first one, of course, is that they're changing pension indexing for disabled RCMP veterans, which is going to result in lower pensions over time for those veterans. They're retroactively changing legislation. This is buried on, I think it's page 441 of the budget. They're retroactively changing legislation to avoid paying back veterans who were in long-term care money that they were overcharged. They are, of course, I've mentioned already, making a cut to the reimbursement rate for medical cannabis. What we're hearing from many veterans there is that what that will mean is that the products that they've been able to use that have been helpful to them may not be available to them any longer. because of that change in the rate. And then that will, possibly put them down paths that they don't want to see themselves end up in. And then we're hearing about repayments that are being demanded of veterans of their income replacement benefits. This is into the thousands of veterans who have received letters from this government telling them that they must repay immediately thousands of dollars in money that was paid to them on their disability status. We've heard of instances of over $100,000 where veterans are being asked to repay, and it's being taken right out of their disability pensions and other things. Can you imagine the impact this is going to have on a disabled veteran? We're talking about the most vulnerable veterans. These are the veterans who need it the most, frankly, Mr. Speaker, and they're having it taken away from them when they're already living on a fixed budget, fixed income, and of course, with the inflation and everything else that we've seen over the last 10 years under this Liberal government, they're already in a really difficult spot. This will likely put veterans out on the street, frankly, who are not there now. This is the kind of thing that we're talking about here, heartless sorts of cuts that we're seeing when they're spending money on all kinds of things. We heard my colleague just now talk about one example of that, but there are many. And then they choose to go after disabled veterans, veterans who are in long-term care. That's how they're trying to make up the money that they're wasting elsewhere. And then we've just heard recently as well that there's layoffs coming at what's called the Bureau of Pension Advocates. And now, for those of you who aren't familiar with the process that veterans go through, I want to talk about that for a moment, because what that's going to mean, ultimately, I'm being told by those who are involved, is likely 2 years or more in delays for veterans to have their cases, their appeals heard at the Veterans Review and Appeal Board. Now, I think it's important that what I should do at this point is explain what veterans deal with when they put in an application to this government. The veterans often talk about delays, denials, and sort of being put off until they hope that they'll give up and go away. And what happens is it can take. It's not measured in weeks, it's not measured in months, but it's measured in years in most cases for a veteran to get just their most basic claims that they need for disability benefits or other things, approved or not. Now, what happens often is that it takes actually going through an appeal process that then takes more years at the Veterans Review and Appeal Board before they finally are able to get, hopefully in most cases, at least when it gets to that point, the benefits that they're entitled to. So now what we're talking about when they talk about laying off people at the Bureau of Pension Advocates, that's the people who represent veterans, because the amount of paperwork and the amount of bureaucracy and red tape that's required to go through this process, it's too much really to manage. And so this is essentially lawyers that are available to veterans in order to deal with all of that. And what's going to happen is when they lay off people at the Bureau of Pension Advocates, it's going to mean delays for thousands of veterans. Thousands of them. There's about 10,000 cases, roughly, I think, that are heard every year there. What I'm hearing is that it's going to cut the number of cases that can be heard in half, which means thousands of veterans this year won't have their case heard and won't get the benefits they need, and therefore won't be able to move on with their lives. So what we're talking about here is a government that is $78 billion deficit that they're going to run on top of hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars that they've already put on the debt. And the one place that they choose to cut is on the veterans, the men and women who have gone for this country and bled, given their limbs, their lives in some cases, and they're going to tell the disabled veterans, veterans in long-term care, once again, just like Justin Trudeau once told them, that they're asking for more than we can give. Frankly, the men and women who serve this country in uniform deserve everything that they are entitled to. And if this is the one place that this heartless government is going to cut when they're spending $78 billion of taxpayers' money that they don't have, that is shameful, disgraceful, and I cannot stand for it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I don't buy into what it is that the member is proposing the government has actually done. I sat in opposition in third party when Stephen Harper, along with this current leader of the Conservative Party, literally shut down veterans' offices across Canada, including my home province of Manitoba. I don't think there's any lessons to be learned from the Conservative Party on that issue. What we do need to recognize is that as a government, one of his colleagues talked about that Canadians want to see action. And that is exactly what they have seen since the last election, whether it's building a one Canadian economy, whether it's looking in terms of export opportunities through international enhancement of trade relations, whether it's this particular budget. And I'm wondering if the member can appreciate the effort in terms of building a one Canadian stronger and healthier economy.
Now, member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Well, there it is again. I mentioned it. They deny they're even making the cuts. And then they blame everybody else. They go back and blame a prime minister who was in office more than 10 years ago for their cuts that they're making today. They don't even want to admit to these cuts, but what they are doing is they're taking away from disabled veterans, from veterans who are in long-term care, while they're spending $78 billion of taxpayers' money that they don't even have today. This is future taxpayers' money, and what they're doing is the one place they'll cut is from disabled veterans and from veterans in long-term care. That is shameful, disgraceful, and it's sad to see a member on that side even stand up and try to defend it, because that's disgraceful.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for the speech. I fully agree with him that veterans deserve our full respect and much better treatment, as many people in our society do. I'm referring to people living with disabilities, seniors. It's hard to accept that we're not able to invest enough to help them. My colleague mentioned cost overruns. Liberals have a habit of financial mismanagement. Today we've talked about Phoenix, ArriveCan. Today, the Curam software is at issue. The government seems to mismanage and mishandle these and then lose money so that we don't have money to help people who need it. What does the colleague feel about that?
I think really what the member has touched on here highlights the biggest problem that we see. And I mean, I spoke obviously tonight to the veterans situation, but you know there are a lot of other reasons to have concern about what's going on here. And at the end of the day, what I think is the most important to point out here is that, you know, when you see the kinds of deficits that we've seen and the kinds of debt being created that we've seen, what it does, of course, is, you know, it leads to inflation, and that inflation harms those who are the most vulnerable in our society. It isn't just veterans who are living on fixed incomes, but it is seniors that she mentioned. It's people who are lower income. They're affected the most. And we hear about the millions of people in this country who are now going to food banks who weren't before. That's the result of the kind of policies we've seen over the last 10 years under this Liberal government, and it's time that it comes to an end.
Questions and comments. I'm a member for Calgary Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is a 605-clause bill. The member here didn't even really have time to get into all the detail of even the veterans components. So I want to give him time to unpack what they have done with respect to the reimbursement of veterans. They had a 1998 law that the department has not followed for 28 years. They are losing in court to veterans that are suing the government to get their proper compensation. And this government's reaction is to go backwards and amend a 28-year-old law in order to give them legal cover to continue to undercompensate veterans. It's Orwellian, who controls the present, controls the past. I wonder if he could comment on that.
A member for Airdrie Cochrane, about a half a minute.
I thank the member for that because it is an important that I didn't get a chance to speak to. This is a mistake that's made by the government, And what they're doing is they're going back to veterans who are in long-term care in one case, to veterans who are disabled in another, and they're demanding repayment in one case, and they're retroactively changing legislation to avoid having to reimburse veterans for where they were overcharged for long-term care for years. For years they were overcharged, and they're retroactively changing the legislation to avoid not only a lawsuit, but to avoid paying back veterans who are in long-term care. That's sad.
Resuming debate. Reprise. Débat. The member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under 10 years of these Liberals, what have they given Canadians? They've forced 2.2 million Canadians into a food bank in a single month. They've ensured that Canada has the most indebted households in the entire G7. They've made sure that food inflation is the highest in the entire G7. After causing all that and knowing that they caused all that, what was the first thing they tried to do in this Budget Implementation Act? They tried to get unlimited powers to their ministers. And to do what? It's so that they could reward, behind backdoor shady deals, give liberal connected insiders, whether they're individuals or companies like Brookfield, contracts that would be void, and they could avoid the Conflict of Interest Act. In fact, they wanted to give unlimited powers to ministers and the Prime Minister to give contracts to any entity or a company that would be able to avoid any act of Parliament, including the Conflict of Interest Act. Anything besides that would break the criminal code. And these could be shady backroom deals. And we've seen this with the Liberals before. While this country is being hit with high inflation, the crime rate that's out of control because of soft on crime Liberal policies, and after knowing all that, this was the thing that they wanted to do. It shows where this Prime Minister and this Liberal government's priorities are. It's not with Canadians. It's once again for Liberals and well-connected Liberal insiders. Now, the Prime Minister said a few things. He actually said a lot of things during the election. But I want to highlight some of the things that he said he would do. He said he was the guy, that if he was elected, he would fix all the problems that 10 years of the Liberals created. But in fact, a liberal is a Liberal, and he liberaled once again. That his promises or his rhetoric would never match what reality is for Canadians. This is the guy that says, judge him by the price of groceries at the grocery store. And what ended up happening after saying that? Now Canada has the highest food inflation in the entire G7. The highest. In fact, it's double what it is in the US. It's double what it is in the US. And I hear the Liberals being happy about that. They don't care that there's moms who have to double check and triple check food before they buy it now. That they're having to starve themselves. They're having to choose between less nutritious food for their children because of how high food inflation is in Canada after 10 years of their failed policies. And what do they do in this budget? They could have done a lot in this budget to help bring down food prices. Remember, it was this finance minister right before Thanksgiving 2023 who tried to put on this strong act and said that I'm going to call in all the CEOs from the grocery stores, and I'm going to tell them what's on my mind, and I'm going to tell them the way it is, and after that, grocery prices will come down. Thanksgiving 2023 went by, Thanksgiving 2024 went by, Thanksgiving 2025 went by. And the only thing that happened was Canada got the highest food inflation in the G7. But it's the track record of this government. Once again, they talked a big game, but the reality of Canadians did not match the big rhetoric coming out of the Liberals' mouth. And this Prime Minister, again, said he was the guy that should be judged by the prices at the grocery store. The verdict is out. It's very expensive. It's one of the reasons why 2.2 million Canadians are visiting a food bank in a single month now. A third of which of those are children. Children are starving in this country. I can't believe that we're talking about this in a first world country like Canada. This is the reality, where people who used to volunteer in food banks are now standing in line at the food bank waiting for food because they're hungry. So once again, the Prime Minister's rhetoric did not match what the reality of Canadians is today. This is the same Prime Minister that said, I'm going to get a deal with Trump. I'm the guy. Elect me and just watch my elbows go up. And what happened after that? He continued the same failed policies of Justin Trudeau after 10 years of blocking our resources, making sure that nothing got built in this country. The same reason why Canada is not a strong, sovereign, independent country and an energy superpower that it should be today. Because this Prime Minister doubled down on those same policies. His rhetoric is saying that he's somehow, that he signed a piece of paper that we have this intent that we want pipelines to be built. But the same policies that they passed that doesn't let anything get built in this country are still there. And they'll continue to be there. Because this eco-radical government's ideology will not let them get anything built. We should have had pipelines built. We could have had mines built. In fact, when I talked to a mining company in BC, they said it takes somewhere like 18 years to get a mine approved. Who wants to invest in Canada and pump in all this money for 18 years to maybe get a permit approved for a mine? It's ridiculous. This is why more than $600 billion of good Canadian investment has fled to the US under 10 years of the Liberals. And this Prime Minister is no different, because close to $60 billion of Canadian investment fled to the US once he became Prime Minister. There's no investment environment left in Canada for people to see any type of return, because those same failed policies like Bill C-69, the no new pipeline built, it's still there. Bill C-48 that doesn't let our product leave the West Coast, it's still there. The industrial carbon tax, which also contributes to higher grocery prices, is still there. And while I'm talking about grocery prices, they also still haven't gotten rid of the food packaging tax, which costs an extra $1 billion onto food every single year. That's not inside of this budget. In fact, they promised in this budget that food prices would go up because the industrial carbon tax would go up. And when it comes to our energy sector, it's still there that industrial carbon tax does more harm than it does good. These guys do not have a plan. The Liberals don't really have a plan. And all of this is the reason why Canada is so reliant on the US. We're reliant on other countries. We know the stories when our allies came to us looking for our good, low carbon energy. These guys turned them away. They said there was no business case. We still don't have a case because nothing is getting built in this country. And under the Liberals, nothing will get built in this country. And then this Prime Minister said, we're going to build at speeds not seen since World War II. And yet, according to their own housing agency, every single year they miss their targets. They're well below their targets. And instead of making foundations go into the ground, the only thing that these guys have created in this budget is a fourth bureaucracy. After spending over $90 billion on housing, housing is more expensive than ever. In fact, now youth don't see that they'll ever be able to afford a house unless they have the bank of mom and dad. That's the reality after 10 years of this Liberal government. What we need is to turn all of that around and bring hope back to this country, and that's something that under the leadership of our leader, that's what the Conservatives will do. We need to get our resources to market, get rid of these bad Liberal laws that are anti-development, anti-growth, anti-resources. We need to get those out of the way so that we can produce more here, sell more, so that we're not only independent, but we're self-reliant, and we can become an energy superpower once again like we used to be. We're going to get all the gatekeepers out of the way so that we can get more homes built in this country. We're going to stop the out-of-control deficits like this government continues to do that makes taxes go up. So we'll bring down everyone's taxes, we'll make sure that inflation doesn't get out of control like it does under the Liberals, and so that we can let Canadians keep more in their pocket so that they can spend more on what they want to spend it on. Under a Conservative government, we also are going to bring back safe streets, something that the entire country is crying for. That'll happen under Conservatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think if Canadians wanted to understand exactly why the Conservative Party lost a 25-point lead in the last election, they can look at the member's speech here this afternoon. Even Alberta, recent polling is showing a tightening and Liberals being competitive in ridings, such as the member opposite's riding. I don't know if there's anything that they will come to the table that's new, and it's really unfortunate because we just heard members opposite being collaborative, willing to work together for the betterment of Canadians, and frankly, it's embarrassing, this kind of rhetoric in the House of Commons that is nothing but a word salad of catchphrases and Conservative talking points.
Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, I'd invite that member to come to my riding, to come to Alberta. Because if I was to repeat what my constituents were saying about his government, I'd probably get kicked out of this place. Because they're the ones that are suffering from 10 years of bad Liberal policy. It's my province that always gets kicked down by the Liberals. It's the reason why, look, Albertans are giving. We've always been giving. But we just want government, the federal government, to get out of the way. But this Liberal government refuses to do that. That's why our energy production is not there. That's why we can't get any resources built. I seriously am inviting that member to come door knocking in my riding so he can see what my constituents are actually saying.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Towards the end of his speech, he referred to the Prime Minister's interests with respect to Brookfield and other investments. I have questions as to the governance choices made by the Prime Minister and the benefits he may get, or Brookfield may get from this. For instance, minimum taxation for American businesses that use tax havens, and yet Brookfield just moved its headquarters from Toronto, New York to benefit from that. C-15 removes the web giant sales tax, and then we find out there's some interest in this area. So some benefits for the industry, aligning with economic benefits. Does he think there's a clear enough barrier between his decisions and his interests in these things?
East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend for that question. I actually enjoyed our time together on Finance Committee when he was there. And he's absolutely right. Look, it's just this trend under this Prime Minister. He obviously has conflicts with Brookfield, and yet one of the first things they tried to do within this Budget Implementation Act was try to give themselves unlimited power so the Prime Minister, behind closed doors, could give Brookfield a government contract from taxpayers without having to go through the conflict of interest. It's literally what they tried to do. Thank God we, as Conservatives, we stopped that from happening and put safeguards there.
I'm a member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his great speech today, and he actually highlighted quite a few things. One thing I'd like to ask him about, though, is in regards to this government. They've been in power now for a year under this Prime Minister, but 10 years under the previous government. What does Canada look like after 10 years of mismanagement, and how is that impacting his province and the morale in his province?
The member for Calgary East.
I want to thank my friend for such a great question. You know, it's clear to see the stats speak for themselves, where Canada now, after 11 years or 10 years of this Liberal government, and it doesn't matter who's at the head, it's still the same ministers, it's still the same House leader, it's still the same ideology, where 2.2 million Canadians are visiting a food bank in a single month. There's more children hungry today than there were 10 years ago. When that member was a part of the Stephen Harper government, we had a rich and we had a very, very rich middle class. And that middle class is becoming poorer and poorer. In fact, the gap now between the rich and the poor is getting wider. And that's not something that we should be seeing in a first world country. But under the Liberals, that's what we're seeing now. Canada used to be the envy of the world. In fact, I remember when that member was a part of the Stephen Harper government, in 2014 there was an article that said that the American dream is in Canada now. And just 2 years ago, there was a paper that said the Canadian dream is gone. It's fled to the US. That's the difference.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I usually begin a speech by saying it's an honor or a pleasure to stand and speak to a bill before us. But I'm so deeply appalled and offended by what's been going on in this place since June that I have a hard time speaking without the rage making my voice tremble. Bill C-15, the Omnibus Budget Bill, is offensive at every level. It's a very much an omnibus bill, and as a budget implementation bill, it's supposed to be implementing a budget and not contain surprises, things that weren't in the budget or weren't even mentioned, and yet we're presented with them, and it's all supposed to be fast-tracked. It was fast-tracked by a UC motion, and it was on Friday the 13th that I was unable to object to the fast-tracking of this bill. I don't regret going to Tumbler Ridge. It was important to be there together with other party leaders. But I deeply regret that the governing party chose that moment to put forward a unanimous consent motion to fast-track the review of this bill at report stage and third reading. It is, as you have heard, and as Canadians have heard, a bill of over 600 pages. I remember the Omnibus Budget Bill of spring 2012, Bill C-38. I was appalled when Stephen Harper tried to push through, and did in fact push through. Took longer to debate, in fairness, but it was over 400 pages. The Omnibus Budget Implementation Act of spring 2012. It was over 400 pages. So here we have the Omnibus Budget Bill to budget 2025-26, and it's over 600 pages, and much of it, as I said, unanticipated, touching on more than 20 different laws, bills as diverse as what you've heard of, dealing with fast-track expropriation of lands next to Alto high-speed rail. I support high-speed rail, but I think we needed more time to study this in the House. We have changes made here to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. My attempts to put forward amendments to that in the committee, in the Finance Committee, were summarily defeated, but we never properly discussed, and the public hasn't heard very much of a peep about the things in this Budget Implementation Act, C-15, which changed things for the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, weakening environmental protections, particularly around the practice which has been underway since 1988. The bill's been around for a long time. But to change it to say, we want equivalency with provinces so we don't duplicate. That's a good thing, but it needs to be reviewed now and then. This bill says, no, we're never going to review it. That's it. There's no sunset on that. Equivalency goes forward. A lot of environmental law experts would have liked to have testified to that. They would have liked to have testified to the Environment Committee about that. But no amendments occurred to the changes to the Canadian Environmental Protection Act, which are included in Bill C-15. It is egregious, as you've heard from other speakers here tonight, that the bill, and as a member for Calgary, and I should remember the names of the members who so eloquently spoke to the changes that are being made to veterans' rights. I know the member for Vancouver Kingsway mentioned it, that we have here in this bill retroactive changes to avoid legislative changes to help our veterans have access in long-term care to the reimbursements to which they are entirely entitled. But we're doing a quickie on that one, and before they can turn around, they'll find that this bill also includes a number of time machines. We never had time to talk about it in this place. The Bill C-4 that's currently before the Senate, in Part 4, changes privacy rights under the Elections Act That's a doozy, by the way, Mr. Speaker. We never got to debate that in this place, that the bill will enter into force when the Senate's finished with it. It enters into force 26 years ago because it enters into force in the year 2000. Things are being done in this place that should scandalize the members of this House because they are profoundly anti-democratic. They represent power grabs. Bill C-5, which was rushed through in June, of course, was the first time that any Prime Minister in Canada has ever used the King Henry VIII clause to say if something in this bill breaks other laws we've already passed, that's okay. But I wasn't prepared for it to show up by the time I was reading this monstrous big bill, and to find in Division 5, so well into, I think I'm into pages 500 before I found it, that Bill C-15 put forward the notion that an individual minister, not as in C-5, the cabinet as a whole, could break other laws, an individual minister, at his or her discretion, with areas within their jurisdiction, could exempt any entity from the application of any law except the criminal code. Now, I do want to thank the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora, who put forward the amendments in committee that make this less bad. But in case anyone's wondering, spoiler alert, I'm not going to vote for this. It's less bad, but it's still pretty awful. And I can't vote for a bill that says that any minister can exempt an entity from acts except for a listed few. It's good, the ones that are listed. But this whole notion of regulatory sandboxes, as far as I'm concerned, despite the fact that the committee members were told in the Finance Committee from Treasury Board officials that regulatory sandboxes are normal, routine, we should all be used to them by now. Well, they come from the UK and the Tory governments there. They come from the Bank of England. Regulatory sandboxes were initiated in order to innovate in financial instruments, financial services, financial products, and to be exempted from laws to be able to innovate and experiment. I don't mind so much, although innovation in financial instruments is what led to the collapse of the housing market in the U.S., bundling together worthless mortgage papers and calling it a product. But it's more dangerous when they're playing with our health and environment. And we don't have any way of really regulating what's going on, even with the admirable work of the member for Newmarket Aurora. I know the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party, and it was the honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway referred to it as a backroom deal. No doubt that's what happened. It makes this slightly less awful. It means that before a minister exempts an entity from the application of a law, there must be a 30-day public consultation period. And unlike the original version of this act that said the minister will make it public as soon as, quote unquote, it is feasible, but with no timeline on that, thanks to amendments in committee, it's now within 30 days it must be made public. But that doesn't allow me to vote for this bill. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway also pointed out, and I will certainly vote for those amendments, that this bill does away with the digital services tax. Now, while that wasn't a surprise given the budget, as other things, I think that the regulatory sandboxes was never foreshadowed in the budget. But certainly in the elections campaign, we were told it was elbows up, and it was subsequent to that, but before the budget, that our elbows dropped when Donald Trump said, I don't like the fact that you Canadians are bringing in a digital services tax. We were doing that, of course, in concert with colleagues through the European Union. We need to get hold of these digital giants that are ripping off our private information for their own profit. We need to have a way of holding them to account. They're eroding our democracy, attacking our public media and our newspapers. But I'll remember that it was a prominent Liberal, a former respected minister in this place, the Honourable Lloyd Axworthy, who when Trump said, I don't like that digital services tax, Canada, and our Prime Minister said, well, we'll get rid of it really quickly. Fine, yes, sir. And it was the Honourable Lloyd Axworthy who called that, quote unquote, boot licking. I'm too nice to say that, but I can quote Lloyd Axworthy saying it. I find it deeply worrying that we now have to pass an omnibus budget bill in quick fashion, because it has to be done by tonight later. We all know that. That's the plan. It's going to be just whizzed through, because they whizzed through that process on the unanimous consent motion of February 13th. But I find this deeply offensive. Changes to SEPA without proper analysis and study. Changes to the digital services tax without us even really debating in this place that we are repealing a law that we passed to bring it into effect. That we are losing the oversight under the Red Tape Reductions Act that one would have never expected us to bring in the right of any individual minister to exempt an entity from a law. And that does remain in place in this bill, but with more safeguards and somewhat more transparency. When I consider that all the things that comprise this giant over 600-page bill, yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm offended. I will vote no, and I urge my fellow members here to make it less bad by supporting the amendments from the Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, going out of the election, whether it's the Prime Minister, the government of the day, made some significant commitments to Canadians. We have, for example, the One Canada Economy Bill C5, in which the Green Party voted against. We have the issue of the budget, which is a major aspect of any government. It establishes priorities, and the Green Party's voting against, at least the budget implementation bill. So my question is on a third point, and that is the idea of increasing international trade opportunities, and a great deal of resources and efforts is moving in that direction as we build a stronger infrastructure within Canada, but also complementing that by looking for additional trade that goes beyond the Canada-U.S. borders. I'm interested in her thoughts on the issue of international trade, and is Canada moving in the right direction from her perspective?
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Oh, quickly to my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North. As he knows, I'm the only opposition party member who voted for the budget itself. I largely did that because the budget on page 348 committed to this, that eligible uses for investment tax credits would not include, quote, enhanced oil recovery. It was 10 days after I voted for the budget that the Memorandum of Understanding with Alberta said, okay, the thing we wrote in the budget, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, it's not in disappearing ink. I still see it here in my budget, but the reverse has been promised to Daniel Smith of Alberta. I do support that we friendshore. I support what your former deputy leader, Chrystia Freeland, said. Democracies need democracies, not dictators. So it bothers me if our international trading partners are Saudi Arabia.
And I have to continue. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Thank you. The member and I disagree on many things, but two things we share is we both support trains and we both support the environment. So my question will deal with both. So one of the concerns I have with a high-speed rail is the environmental impact it will have, especially given the relatively brief amount of time. Does she share any of the concerns? Especially, I know because part of it's my writing, there's some very sensitive areas there.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
It has been pointed out and also by another colleague from your benches that some of the high-speed rail will impact sensitive areas. The problem with build everything fast, c'est un problème, je peux dire en français,
I asked my colleague from the Bloc Québécois what the word is for bulldozer, and it's the same one.
Process, procedure, democracy, and ecosystems. It goes hand in hand, and je pense qu'il y a les problèmes avec.
And I think there are problems with this omnibus bill.
Like we should study, we want rail across Canada, but we need to know what we're getting into.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciated my colleague's speech. She is the only elected member of the Green Party and the leader of the Green Party, so her voice is very important. In Bill C-15, a great deal of authority is given to the Minister of the Executive Branch to suspend all legislation except the Criminal Code. Does my colleague believe that this is an important signal that environmental legislation, protecting endangered species, and all of that kind of thing will be pushed aside by the Carney government? I must interrupt the member. We cannot use the Prime Minister's name in the House. I will let the member finish her question. Yes, you are right. I'm sorry. It must be the late hour. Anyway, does my colleague believe that the Liberal government is basically saying in Bill C-15 that it is not interested in taking care of protecting the environment? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I'd like to thank my dear colleague in the Bloc Québécois. Yes, I completely agree. It's very, very clear that this clearly indicates that the government will look at environmental legislation and legislation to protect species. We see from C5 and C15 that it's not important. They only care about bulldozers.
Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is a privilege to rise in this House, as it is every time. And I'd like to just start out, if I could, just to give a quick congratulations to both my son and daughter who made it on to Speech Fest at their school. So they obviously got that oratory ability from their mother, not from me. But so congratulations to James and Maggie. But of course, the substance of today's debate is the Budget Implementation Act. I will be focusing on an area that particularly affects my riding of Northumberland Clark, and that is the Alto high speed. I have, in my speech will mostly just be a direct purveyance of the comments that I have received from my riding with respect to the potential impact of the expropriation and the abridgment of the private property rights of many of the property owners along the route. And so just so that people understand, so the idea of having a high-speed rail from Montreal to Quebec City to Ottawa and to Toronto, stopping in Peterborough, of course, the great city of Peterborough, I might add, is of course an encouraging thing. Like, that is a positive thing. That if you could make it from Ottawa to Toronto in 2 hours, that is a positive thing. But there are significant challenges, and I'll go through some of the concerns that some of my residents have raised. And number one is the impact it'll have on their property. So in some cases, there are individuals who have had farms that have been multiple generations, some going back as far as back to Confederation. They've owned the property, their families own the property, and that will end. Their property will be bisected in some cases, in many cases actually, by the proposed route. We still don't know what the final route is, and I will thank the Minister for being direct in saying that the final route will be announced before the end of this year. That is positive. But what is not positive is that the Minister, in my questioning him in committee, was not able to give any specific or concrete answers to questions such as, when will expropriation begin? How much notice will be given? So you can imagine yourself as one of the residents of Northumberland County, and you've owned this farm through multiple generations, and then you see in a bill that proposes to do it, within a year, they're going from where they own their property, where their families own their property for the last 150 years, to a point where it'll just become and be expropriated. The least the government could have done is to give a defined process to these individuals before announcing the potential expropriation of their property. This should have been announced all at once. And so that if people were aware, would be given notice, they would be given a process. The Minister repeated over and over that there would be common sense, it'd be common sense. Well, common sense isn't quite good enough for someone whose entire life, who's wrapped around, so anyone who lives in a rural community, and that's where I've lived my whole life. It might be the same in urban communities, but I know for a fact that in rural communities, you're very much defined by where the property you own, the dirt that's underneath your feet. And for someone to come and literally pull that rug from underneath you is a very scary proposition. In addition to that, for those folks who were not directly affected by that, the indirect impacts could be huge. And so, well, like I said, I completely agree that being able to jump on a high-speed train and going from Montreal to Toronto in 3 hours or whatever the time is exactly is positive. What is not positive is if you live north of the proposed route and you need to get to Northumberland Hospital, which is in the great city of Cobourg, your drive could have gone from a 30 or 40-minute drive to now 2 or 3 hours, because the minister couldn't even tell me, and nor will Alto as of yet, where the crossings will be. So let me explain. So in my area, quite a few people live north of where the route is, but a lot of the infrastructure for those various communities, including the Northumberland Hills Hospital, including the Highway 401, including actually the VIA train, and of course that's the major route and linkage to the rest of the community. And so if you put basically a fence, a steel fence all the way along, and the minister said, well, it's only 60 meters. Well, it's still 60 meters. And regardless, even if it was just 1 meter, the idea of bisecting a community so that instead of driving directly to that hospital when your child's got a fever or your dad's had a heart attack, you now have to drive an extra, we don't know. It could be half an hour, it could be an hour to the east or the west to get to the hospital. Could literally mean the difference between life and death. And so that's at the very extreme, but there are also other inconveniences that people in my riding and much of rural Quebec and rural Ontario will have to deal with, such as there'll be many instances where there are students on one side of the high-speed rail and there are schools on the other. And so now we've now extended bus rides. It could be from a 10-minute bus ride to an hour bus ride. And these are obviously a couple trips a day that we're now extending it. So, and then we also have our farmers who they might have their co-op, which is where lots of farmers get their seeds and they get their fertilizer, and then they have their fields on the other side. Once again, that can be really challenging because it's not always just you're driving your truck. You could be driving your combine or your tractor. How are you going to get around that? Are you going to drive? Anyone who's driven a combine or been behind one, they don't go particularly fast. So are you going to take an extra 2 or 3 hours in the middle of harvest when, for those of you who live in rural Canada, you'd get this, farmers will work around the clock during harvest season because they're at the mercy of Mother Nature in terms of when they can harvest this. And so it's admirable to save people from in Montreal and Toronto to get back and forth in a couple hours. It's anything but admirable to make rural students in Ontario and Quebec add hours to their day on buses. It's anything less than admirable to make Canada less able to feed ourselves because our farmers are less efficient because they have to drive hours and hours. And in some cases, their same fields will actually be bisected. And so they'll have to harvest one side and then find a crossing, which the minister wouldn't tell me. Is it an hour away? Is it 2 hours away? And we are reducing their ability to be successful, and we're reducing our ability to feed ourselves as Canadians. And so these are substantial challenges as we go forward and when we look at some of these issues. But I just want to read a couple of lines specifically with respect to some of these questions. So this is actually comments. These are comments from some of my residents who have emailed in or sent social media notes. It is extremely shocking to hear the minister speak in this manner, showing so little consideration and apparent lack of understanding of his own territory. Telling citizens to just go meet with Alto, with their citizens, is merely courtesy information sentence, where staff take notes and any real decision-making authority is not there. This is deeply frustrating. This is well put here, too. So the minister, in my questioning throughout kept putting it back on the residents, kept going, well, you go to Alto. Well, who's in charge here? I understand that the minister is ultimately in charge and that he should have the ultimate say. And so one of my residents actually sums it up very nicely when he said, why is it up to people who live in these affected areas to tell Alto which roads and amenities are essential? Should this not be part of their own research done in consultation with municipalities prior to choosing a route? I've attended the Alto sessions. They have no answers, only vague promises to do right by rural residents. I think the entire process is disingenuous and flawed. Another comment here. Thank you for this. If you have any opportunity to ask future questions, it would be important that Alto consults regarding the impacts of road severance and travel for emergency services after the route has been chosen so that townships and residents can provide more precise feedback. If in the video, it sounds like they are simply relying on this phase of public consultations to tell them about that, when they hopefully will be doing extensive research into these matters before making decisions. So they go on and they talk about the various ways that this will affect people's lives. We understand, and like I said, it's admirable that we should be making life more convenient for the citizens of Toronto and Montreal, but let's not forget about the citizens of rural Quebec and rural Ontario.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the comments from the member opposite, especially the general acknowledgement that high-speed rail is a positive thing for Canada as a nation-building exercise, as a transportation corridor, and as an economic building opportunity to use Canadian steel, Canadian labor, Canadian skilled trades. And I really take to heart his comments about the impacts on the communities that he represents. I've worked in construction for 20 years. I've been a part of the planning process at the municipal level. And really what it comes down to is building trust with communities in the proponent, and also that when there are mitigation measures that come forward, that they're actually going to be implemented and taken seriously. So my question to the member opposite is how can we help him make sure that that happens in his community? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland Clark.
Thank you, and I thank the member for the sincere question. The number one thing that will defeat fear is information. And so what we've been lacking and what our residents have been lacking is information. We don't have concrete. We understand there are some commercial realities, but if you are threatening to potentially take away people's farms, which have been in generations for 4 or 5 generations, like I said, sometimes since Confederation, you owe it to that person to tell them when they will get notice, how much notice they will get, what potential compensation they will get. You owe it to people who live on either side of this rail, how they will get to the hospital, where those crossings will be, and that information is not there. Like I said, we just cannot forget about the people in rural Ontario and rural Quebec.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we see with C-15 is that this government has a tendency, and I've been looking at this omnibus bill and how it amends many, many laws. But in any case, on the topic of high-speed rail, as we heard about in my colleague's speech, it's disturbing that we're still talking about this when the Bloc Québécois brought forward seemingly simple amendments. For example, that way, if someone was the victim of property losses, they could build back, and it's mystifying to me. The same thing happened about limiting the ability of people to contest their losses, and the Liberals were supported by the Conservatives, which means that people can be expropriated during the high-speed rail project, and they don't have the same rights as other people who are expropriated in other infrastructure projects. So the Bloc Québécois brought forward very good amendments to try to improve this bill. Why did the Conservatives not recognize that?
Northumberland Clark.
Thank you once again for the excellent question from that member. And I can tell you, I'm happy to work with any member of this House who's able to help me protect the rights of our residents in our communities, our property rights that are so important.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, share a lot of the concerns that Honourable Member has spoken to, and I applaud him for his remarks in the House tonight. We have to remember we're in the House of the Common People, and if we, as opposition and government, are representing the views of our constituents, hundreds and thousands of contacts that I've had from my riding, which neighbours, the gentleman to my left, have similar concerns. If I could have the member speak to the economic realism, is this ever going to happen, number one? And number two, if it does, what is the cost? And when there's so much concern and disruption and fear of what's going on with the world right now and how much everything is costing, the troubles that people are having from day to day just to survive, how can this project necessarily be a priority for the government? Indeed, I respect and I support infrastructure and advancing infrastructure, but there's got to be some timing as to how and when and why this is happening right now.
The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
At the outset of this proposal, the $90 billion price tag has been floated about. I very much doubt that that would be the end cost, and I think you would see substantial overruns. And then when you ask the government, what's the business case for that? Well, there is no business case, they actually say. And if you don't believe me, you can check media reports that said that the government actually now, we're 3/4 of the way down the tracks, as it were. They're actually hiring a bunch of consultants to do a financial analysis. So they don't believe their own numbers either.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on behalf of the good people of Okanagan Lake West, South Kelowna, and the beautiful interior of British Columbia. C-15 is an omnibus piece of legislation, and the Liberals, in their various forms of government, the Trudeau era, now followed by the new Prime Minister, have staked out that the omnibus is a perfectly legitimate piece of legislation where they throw essentially everything, including the kitchen sink, in there. But you know what happens, Mr. Speaker, when you throw in the kitchen sink? It means you can't keep your hands clean anymore. And one of the problems that we have in this particular bill is around the HSR Act, or the High Speed Rail Act, where the government, in an effort to be able to get in front of an announcement, to be able to say, look at us, look at all the great things we're doing, we'll have a project, very scant details, Mr. Speaker, first announced by the previous Prime Minister and then re-announced by the government, and then cited to be part of their Building Canada legislation C5. Which, by the way, Mr. Speaker, they still haven't gotten around to putting and designating it formally under the Act as required by law. But again, Mr. Speaker, this is a process of where they simply say, look at us, look at how great it is, and then they throw the implementation, in this case, not just to the bureaucracy, but in particular to Alto, a Crown corporation, as well as a private component that goes with it. And essentially, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the designation of a line, they have had a very short process for communities that will see this line, if it's ever finally created, separate their towns, their streets, and as we've heard from the previous member, their ability to access things like health care. So these are important conversations and not to be taken lightly. In fact, property rights, something that conservatives believe in, stand for. We believe there should be a firm rule of law when it comes to how property rights are standardized. And obviously, it's not common law solely. There is the Expropriation Act, but that is a long-standing act that decides how government should best proceed to work with property owners to be able to have certainty, to be able to treat them with respect, to actually give them an independent process for them to contest when expropriation happens. But the government, in its attempt to be the hero, is simply throwing all of the messiness to Alto by essentially in C-15 abridging those property rights, the normal, usual process, Mr. Speaker, that would be followed through the Expropriation Act. And when the minister, came to committee, I asked him specifically, I said, Minister, you give this power to Alto, and you are essentially freezing people's property. And he says, well, no, it's not like that. But Mr. Speaker, imagine if you're a farmer and you're just about to sell. You're near the end of your long career and you want to be able to sell at a firm price, and then suddenly you're told you cannot make improvements. You're told that that your land is essentially frozen. So if you were about to sell your farm lot to your neighbor who you've known for many years, and suddenly the neighbor says, I have zero ability to predict whether or not I will be able to use the land in the fashion that I plan for my model, Mr. Speaker, that simply drives the value of that property down. And who would blame that neighbor? Or who would blame someone else wanting to come in, Mr. Speaker? Now, it even is so draconian, and what they're calling for is they actually can say no new improvements. So, Mr. Speaker, while you're going through this process, you're given very short notice. You're being told that you can't make improvements to your property, and you're trying to attempt a sale. And I said to the minister and committee, that is not fair. But again, the minister simply said, well, this will all be ironed out through that process. And I should even take a step back. We challenged the minister to look at an accelerated CTA review that would allow not just the project to proceed with timeliness, but also to have a process where communities can formally submit their thoughts. Instead, Alto is running a consultation process, and Mr. Chair, it is not the same as an independent tribunal, such as the CTA, that can review all the evidence and make a determination of where the line should go. And speaking of where the line should go, there are going to be cases where properties will have a crossing, and there'll be many properties that won't. And as we've heard from previous members, you know, to suddenly find that the most direct path that you've taken for 20 years as a property owner to get to your hospital, to suddenly find out that that will be closed and there will be no under or overpass that will allow you quick access, that has a tremendous effect on people who need to make life decisions, like being close to health care. That also means routes are going to be slowed down, so an ambulance ride that would take 10 to 15 minutes might take over an hour now. And these are things that are going to be decided by Alto, not by a tribunal that hears the evidence, that says what's reasonable given the stated goal of the project and given the community's very valid concerns. Instead, the C-15 just wipes all of that out. And we offered the minister that. The minister, just like with all these things, Mr. Speaker, gave a tin ear. He's essentially giving the keys to the castle to Alto and letting those communities fall into the moat. It's simply, Mr. Speaker, the worst way to run a procurement. Now, are there some reasonable amendments that have been brought up at report stage? I'm happy to say that there are. The idea that if a property owner is frozen and maybe they have a barn or a hen house that burns down, or that a water or flood event happens, they should be able to restore that property. That is a simple courtesy to the people that are there. But I also will say that I have some tremendous concerns, because we always talk about the front end of an expropriation and the frozen process, but Mr. Speaker, there's also the back end. Because I will tell you, in every single procurement that the federal government goes through, the member from Mirabel, member of the Bloc Québécois, in this House, reminded us that the federal government does not always do as it says it will do. And in fact, you can have it where they'll expropriate your land or freeze your land, but then never use it. And there's nothing in C-15 that protects these things. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a process set up by the government that essentially allows them to play the hero and Alto to play the villain. We have now where essentially Alto has been given run of the road, where they can literally run over communities, separate communities, go over traditional roads and infrastructure and separate communities in a way without even having to say, we will fix this, we will build an overpass. There's no process for that. Alto gets to decide. There's no independent tribunal that can be appealed to. So there's that, Mr. Speaker. And again, freezing someone's assets on short notice, that's totally waiving many of the protections found in the Expropriation Act. I think, Mr. Chair, that when the government says that we want to exempt from long-standing law so that we can give the insiders of Alto the ultimate authority, I think that this government has overreached, and Conservatives will not support that type of process. Therefore, we will be looking to support reasonable amendments that start to take into account and to pull some of that power back to the property owners, because these property owners are worried, they're concerned, and so far, These consultation processes are consultation in name only. They are not meaningful, and they are not assuring the communities. As the previous member stated from Northumberland, information is what gives people certainty. And unfortunately, through this particular bill, C-15, the government has put no onus on Alto to do such that. So, Mr. Speaker, again, Conservatives support those affected property owners. We feel that the government has not looked out of their interests, but if not the Liberals, the Conservatives will.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, we see the opposition members engaging in fear-mongering about the high-speed train.
It's going to be a generational project that's going to bring a lot of very positive economic benefits to all regions between Quebec and Peterborough, where it's going to be. And yet, le député de l'opposition...
The member across the way knows full well that the laws were changed in 1985. Now, there have to be consultations and social license. Yet, today, like every other day, they're trying to scare people and they're engaging in obstruction. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservative member is really here for his constituents, will he support C-15?
From Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Monsieur le Président, c'est...
Mr. Speaker, it is totally false.
Salute here. They hold all the cards. They decide the consultation. There is nothing in here that actually requires them to do what we had originally asked the minister, to have an accelerated CTA process where communities could be heard and an independent tribunal could come down and weigh down on where the public interest is and where the private interest is, and to make it so that it is fair. For this member to be saying that's fear-mongering, no, that's called suggestion-making. That's called a win-win. And unfortunately, by taking the side of Alto, and ultimately all the authority has been given...
And I have to interrupt the member to continue. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette-Menawan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the speech. Last week, I attended an Alto event in Berthierville. Many farmers of the Lanaudière region were gathered. They are very worried. Here's my question. What does he feel is necessary in C-15 in the rights that are being taken away from those whose land is expropriated? What in C-15 is not acceptable? What should we do to have more respect for those who would be affected?
Lake West, South Kelowna.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, as I said, it is necessary and very important for the Parliament to decide if Alto has the best process. It's a company, not a court, an independent court, such as the Canadian Transportation Agency.
C'est donné.
We need to give affected communities certainty. We also need to give that certainty to property owners who are now very worried. I appreciate the Bloc Québécois' suggestion. I appreciate suggestions made by other members of Parliament in order to improve that aspect, because the Transportation Minister does not agree with us.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Gentleman from Prince Albert.
And I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I know he is the Shadow Minister for Transport. I'm just kind of curious, if he had $90 billion sitting in his pocket, would he be putting it into a high-speed rail, or would he be looking at places like the Port of Vancouver? Would he be looking at things like a national highway that's actually twinned? Would he be looking at other things like that if he had that kind of money? You know, if we'd been through 10 years of really good economic conditions where Canada could be self-sufficient, we'd be in a different boat, but we're not. So we are a trading nation. So if you had that kind of money, where would you place it?
The Honourable Member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Well, I think we'd all ask the question what would we do with $1 million, but $90 billion. Just take a moment to think about this, Mr. Speaker. $90 billion in one project, in one particular area. We could fix up the Trans-Canada Highway. We could establish northern Arctic ports. We could establish much more productive ports that would actually carry out some of the things the government says that it's all about, increasing and diversifying our trade. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, $90 billion, you could spend a lot of different ways. I think this House needs to consider where we should be putting our money.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Is the House ready to hear the question? The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 2 to 33. Motion number 1. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Mrs. Kwan, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 126. The member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we would request a recorded vote, please.
The recorded division on the motion therefore stands deferred. The recorded division will also apply to motions number 2 to 33. The question is on motion number 34. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 35 to 43. Mr. Davies, seconded by Mrs. Kwan, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 167. The member participating in person, I see the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising.
Again, we'd request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. The recorded division will also apply to motions number 35 to 43. The question is on motion number 44. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 45 to 47. Monsieur Garon, appuyé par
Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Perron, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 191.
Member participating in person, je vois que la députée de...
I see the member for Beauharnois-Salaberry-Soulanges-Huntington is rising.
La députée de Beauharnois...
The member for Beauharnois-Salaberry-Soulanges-Huntington.
Ça devient confus un peu.
I'm getting confused. I need one member to rise to indicate whether the House should proceed. The member for Joliette-Manawan. We would like a recorded division. That is what my colleague requested. That's great. Thank you. I did not hear your colleague. A recorded division has been requested, and this will also apply to motions 45 to 47.
The question is on motion number 48. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 49 to 54. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 203. The member participating in person, I see the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader rising.
Recorded vote, please.
The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. The recorded division will also apply to motions number 49 to 54. La mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro 5.
The vote is on motion number 55. A vote on this motion also applies to motions 56 to 77. Mr. Perron, seconded by Mr. Garon, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 224. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion... I see the member for Joliette-Manawan rising. Recorded division, please, Mr. Speaker. Recorded division it is. The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. The recorded division will also apply to motions number 56 to 77.
The question is on motion number 78. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 79 and 80. Mr. Davies, seconded by Mrs. Kwan, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 373. I see the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader rising.
Request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
The recorded division is on the motion stands deferred. The recorded division will also apply to motions number 79 and 80. The question is on motion number 81. A vote on this motion also applies to motion 82. Mr. Davies, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting clause 597. Remember, I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Government House Leader rising.
Yeah, again, we'll request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
The recorded division on the motion stands deferred. The recorded division will also apply to motion number 82. Pursuant to order made earlier today, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at the report stage of the bill. Call in the members.
I wish to inform the House that due to the delay, pursuant to Standing Order 37, the period for the consideration of private members' business is cancelled. The order is therefore deferred to a future sitting.
Is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 2 to 33. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting clause 126. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Prime Minister.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Gill, Côte-Nord, Cowachikimatch, Nitassinan.
Madame Gill, Côte-Nord, Cowachikimatch, Nitsan.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Thank you.
Mr. Carney.
Mr. Carney.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Brewson.
Mr. Brewson.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Chagger.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Bellinger, Desnessé, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Bellinger, Desnessé, Mississippi Churchill River.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alti.
Ms. Alti.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Senate Sook.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Senate Sook.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zericelli.
Mr. Zericelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Menard.
Madame Menard.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Monsieur Edcoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Ms. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Miss Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Akan.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Al Saoud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes-Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Mallet Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Miss Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Miss Nathan.
Ms. Huyen.
Miss Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Miss Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Miss Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawuk.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawuk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyaf.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Kobania.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mrs. DeRitter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Monsieur Groslo.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Commit.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Monsieur Hardy.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Miss Kirkland.
Mrs. Conans.
Mrs. Conans.
Ms. Cronus.
Miss Cronus.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Not seeing any hands raised, I will ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 30-30. Nays contre 301-301.
I declare motion number 1 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 2 to 33 defeated. La mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro.
The question is about motion number 34. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 35 through 43. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 167.
La période de 10 minutes pour les.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed.
Honourable Chief Government Whip.
I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the last vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting against.
Okay. Is that the case?
Conservatives agree to apply with Conservatives voting against.
Okay. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and votes against.
Et le son ne fonctionne.
The sound was not working correctly. Could the member please repeat himself? The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote. We vote against, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to apply the vote, and we vote in favour.
So I would ask the table to compile the results.
Yeas pour 7-7. Nays contre 323-323.
Je déclare la motion.
I therefore declare motion 34 defeated. I therefore declare motions numbers 35 to 43 defeated.
The question is on motion number 44. I vote on this motion also applies to motions number 45 to 47. Monsieur Garon.
Mr. Garon, seconded by Mr. Perron, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 191.
La période.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Madame Gill, Kotnor, Kowalchikimach, Nitassinan.
Madame Gill, Kotnor, Kowalchikimach, Nitassinan.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Brassard.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Morin.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Ho.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Mallet, Kapuskasing, Timmins, Muskegawuk.
Monsieur Marat, Kapuskakins, Timmins, Muskugawak.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mrs. Anstey.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Au.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bexty.
Mr. Bonk.
Mr. Bonk.
Ms. Kobania.
Ms. Kobania.
Mrs. De Ritter.
Mrs. De Ritter.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Mr. Gill, Windsor West.
Monsieur Groslo.
Monsieur Groslo.
Mr. Kamitz.
Mr. Kamitch.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Guglielmin.
Mr. Gunn.
Mr. Gunn.
Monsieur Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Holman.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble.
Ms. Kirkland.
Ms. Kirkland.
Mrs. Conant.
Mrs. Conant.
Ms. Cronus.
Ms. Cronus.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Lawton.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mantle.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Reynolds.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Rowe.
Mr. Stevenson.
Mr. Stevenson.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Carney.
Mr. Carney.
Mr. Alley.
Mr. Alley.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Madame Michel.
Madame Michel.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Ms. Olszewski.
Ms. Olszewski.
Mr. Solomon.
Mr. Solomon.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Osborne.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Madame Provost.
Madame Provost.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Bellinger, Desnathan, Mississippi Churchill River.
Mr. Belanger, Desanasi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Ms. Chartrand.
Ms. Chartrand.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Ms. Alty.
Ms. Alty.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Senate Shook.
Ms. McLean, Esquimalt Senate Shook.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Mr. Zaricelli.
Madame Chenette.
Madame Chenette.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Madame Menard.
Madame Menard.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Monsieur Gay.
Monsieur Gay.
Mr. Hogan.
Mr. Hogan.
Ms. Chi.
Ms. Chi.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Monsieur Yakano.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Madame Desrochers.
Madame Desrochers.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mrs. McKelvey.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Gasparo.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Rochefort.
Madame Rochefort.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Clausen.
Mr. Clausen.
Madame Lavac.
Madame Lavac.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Monsieur Ramsey.
Ms. Church.
Ms. Church.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Monsieur Schiefke.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Madame Lapointe, Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Ms. Hefner.
Miss Hefner.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Madame Lapointe, Sudbury.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Akan.
Ms. Khan.
Mr. Al Saud.
Mr. Al Saud.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Madame Dandurand.
Madame Dandurand.
Mr. Danko.
Mr. Danko.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Monsieur Deschênes Thériault.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Earl.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Fanjoy.
Mr. Greaves.
Mr. Greaves.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Harrison.
Miss Harrison.
Ms. Hurdle.
Miss Hurdle.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Joseph.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Monsieur Lavoie.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. McDonald Cardigan.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Mr. Millette Bay of Quinty.
Ms. Miedema.
Ms. Miedema.
Madame Mingarelli.
Madame Mingarelli.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Nathan.
Ms. Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Monsieur Tumba.
Monsieur Tumba.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Ms. O'Rourke.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Rana.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sari.
Monsieur Sari.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Mr. Sawatsky.
Ms. Sodi.
Ms. Sodi.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Mr. St. Pierre.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Ms. Tesser Dirksen.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Villeneuve.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Watchhorn.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la
The House will now await the end of the electronic voting period before resuming its proceedings.
informer la Chambre que la période de vote électronique est terminée. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter.
The electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they can now raise their hand and the chair will recognize them.
Voyant pas de main levée.
I do not see any hands raised. I will now ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 155, 155. Nays contre 176, 176.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare motion number 44 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 45 to 47 defeated.
The question is on motion number 48. The vote on this motion also applies to motions number 49 to 54. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting clause 203. The Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the last vote to this vote, with Liberal members voting against.
C, the Chief Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting in favor.
L'honorable député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote.
J'entends.
I cannot hear you.
Oui, allez-y.
Go ahead.
Allez-y. Ça va là.
The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote. We will vote in favor, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The NDP agrees to apply the vote. We vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Le Parti vert aussi est d'accord.
The Green Party also agrees to apply the vote. Mr. Speaker, we vote against.
Je demanderai, I would ask the table to compile the results.
Yeas pour 162, 162. Nays contre 169, 169.
I declare motion number 48 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 49 to 54 defeated. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands?
Vote has been declared, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sorry.
Error and intent.
Could these members start from the beginning? I couldn't hear this. The sound wasn't working at the beginning of her statement.
Mr. Speaker, I wish the sound wasn't working when I voted. I would like to, for the last motion, and I'm sorry, it's still my eyesight is giving me some difficulties. I would like to be voting in favor. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Require. Have unanimous consent? No, I heard no. Apologies. The question is on la mise aux voix porte sur.
The question is on motion number 55. A vote on this motion also applies to motions numbers 56 through 77.
Monsieur Perron, appuyé.
Mr. Perron, seconded by Mr. Garon, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting clause 224.
The Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the previous vote to this vote, with Liberals voting against.
The Chief Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives also voting against.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote. We vote in favor.
Député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the NDP is in favor of applying the vote and votes against.
Silence.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure that we are indeed on motion number 81.
One we're on now, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't hear the sound is not.
Okay.
It's 55. We're on motion.
Pardonnez-moi, Monsieur le Président.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Fortunately.
Et vote contre.
Vote against.
55, and the Honourable Member votes against. I will ask the table to compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 22, 22. Nays contre 309, 309.
I declare motion number 55 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 56 to 77 defeated. La mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro...
The question is on motion number 78. A vote on this motion also applies to motions number 79 and 80.
Davies, Vancouver King.
Mr. Davies. Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Madam Kwan, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 373.
Chief Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the last vote to this vote, with Liberals voting no.
The Chief Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting yes, with the exception of the member from Newmarket Aurora, who will be abstaining of this during this vote.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois is in favour. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Applying the vote and will be voting in favour.
Gulf Islands.
Thank you. Agree to applying the vote and voting yes.
Okay, I'll ask the desk to the table to compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 162, 162. Nays contre 168, 168.
I declare motion number 78 defeated. I therefore declare motions number 79 and 80 defeated. Le vote, la mise aux voix porte sur la motion numéro 81.
The question is on motion number 81. A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 82. Mr. Davies. Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Madam Kwan, moved that Bill C-15 be amended by deleting Clause 597.
Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the votes from the previous one to this one, with Liberals voting against.
And the Chief Opposition Whip.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting against, including the member from Newmarket Aurora.
Okay, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois is in favour of applying the vote and is for. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to applying the vote and will, of course, be voting in favour.
The Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le Parti vert.
The Green Party as well in favour of the application of the vote and votes yes, for.
I'll ask the table to compile the results, please.
Yeas pour 30, 30. Nays contre 301, 301.
I declare motion number 81 defeated. I therefore declare motion number 82 defeated. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Ms. Provo, moves that Bill C-15, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Sorry, the Chief Government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chief Government. I know him so well. So
I didn't want to overstep. I believe if you seek it, you'll find consent to apply the results from the previous vote to this one, with Liberals voting yes.
Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting against.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. The Bloc Québécois agrees to apply the vote and will vote against, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. The NDP agrees to apply the vote and would vote against, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
The Green Party agrees to apply the vote and will be voting no.
Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
pour 168, 168. Nays contre 163, 163.
I declare the motion. I declare the motion carried. What do I do now? Okay, but then is it going to be when? Wait, they're all leaving. The bill be read a third time. Right now. Now. And that's it. That's it. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find it unanimous consent so that we can get into adjournment hour.
Is there unanimous consent for adjournment? Yes, I see that. So we will adjourn and go to the in accordance with this. We'll give it a moment for members to. Okay. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On October...
We're just going on to the adjournment debate. Okay, the honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on October 2nd, the Health Minister's senior official told Health Committee that no federal funds were used to buy crack pipes. On December 9th, the same official corrected her testimony and revealed that federal funding can, in fact, be used to buy crack pipes. Then on December 11th, the Health Minister herself stated in the House that the government does not fund the purchase of crack pipes. Both statements can't be true, Mr. Speaker. So can Health Canada funding be used to purchase crack pipes? A simple yes or no.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the member opposite that when we talk about the issues related to drugs, that it is an issue in which the government takes very seriously. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you, whether it's the issue of crack pipes to safe injection sites, and this is what I was expecting the member to raise and talk about this evening, that as a government we continue to work with other levels of government. And working in cooperation with other levels of government, we believe at the end of the day, what's healthy for the community, or what's healthy for the community, is something in which we want to be able to achieve. There might be incidences that occur, and if the member has a very specific file or a case where he is concerned about it, I would really recommend him to bring it to the attention in the best way he can to the ministries, possibly the Deputy Minister or the Minister direct. I could not give you a clear yes or no on that particular issue for the simple reason is that I had no indication you were going to be asking about crack pipes.
The honourable member knows he's very experienced that he must go through the chair. The honourable member who's very experienced knows he must go through the chair. Yeah.
A rookie mistake. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, what I would want to do is just indicate that the Department of Health does work with many different stakeholders, Mr. Speaker, and the purpose of doing that is to ensure that the policy that's set out by Health Canada is in fact in the best interest of the community and the individuals that have the drug-related issues. If there is something specific, like the member just raised in regards to crack pipes, this is the first that I've heard of it. And I would suggest that the member might want to bring it to the attention directly to the Minister of Health, because the question that I was provided, I don't think made any reference to it whatsoever. If the member would like, I could read the question. Yesterday, the health officials revealed to the committee that there are no requirements to federally approved drug injection sites. In fact, Health Canada revealed that there is not even a requirement for ID. That means minors can legally use drugs in the consumption sites under Liberal law. The Health Minister approves supervised drug injection sites through the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Why are the Liberals allowing minors to inject hard drugs under their watch? This is the actual question that the member put forward, right? So that's what it is that I'm responding to. I'm trying to be as courteous as I can, Mr. Speaker, in trying to indicate to the member opposite that when we talk about drug injection sites, that there is a process that needs to be followed, and that involves a considerable amount of consultation by the different levels and by the different stakeholders, and that's what we have actually seen. And I would really encourage the member, if he wants to pursue the issue of the crack pipes, that he bring it up directly with the ministry and possibly the minister. I wasn't prepared for that specific question, and that's the reason why I'm taking more of the general approach.
Honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Well, needless to say, Mr. Speaker, the member didn't answer my question, and I guess he was unprepared for the crack pipes question, which we have a conflict of opinion on that. But he did bring up another important issue, and is why are the Liberals allowing minors to approach and use drugs in consumption sites?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I have learned over the years of being a parliamentarian is that out in our communities we have all sorts of experts, people that truly understand the issues and the complexities of drug-related issues. And what we have witnessed is that we have seen a great deal of cooperation that actually comes from the different levels of government and first responders, and by doing that, the government works in cooperation with them, Mr. Speaker, and ultimately there is a consensus that is brought forward in order to be able to deal with the manner in which drug consumption sites or safe sites are in fact being administered.
The Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, hopefully the Parliamentary Secretary does a better job with this question than the last one. It's interesting that he's here again today to pad his word count. I noticed that the challenge he had just now was that he's answering questions that they knew were coming from the Shadow Minister for Health, and rather than have the Parliamentary Secretary for Health answering the questions, as would normally be the case, I don't know why they would have this Parliamentary Secretary answering those questions. I also don't know why he's here to answer the questions from me today as well. But Mr. Speaker, the question that I asked back in November came after the budget, and at that point in time, Fitch Ratings came out with raising an alarm, and they said in a release that they put out, they said, quote, Canada's proposed budget announced in Parliament on November 4th underscores the erosion of the federal government's finances. Persistent fiscal expansion, they went on to say, and a rising debt burden have weakened its credit profile and could increase rating pressure over the medium term. And so, Mr. Speaker, at that point in time, I raised the issue of the previous long-standing Liberal government, the government that was in place from 1993 until we finally got relief in 2006, January of 2006, just over 20 years ago. And of course, that government was dealing with the impacts of another previous Trudeau government that ran 14 deficits in 15 years. And a generation later, the Chrétien-Martin government had to deal with the effects of all of those deficits and the debt that had risen. That debt was so bad, by the way, Mr. Speaker, that debt was so high, the debt that had been added, that the subsequent Mulroney government, who Liberals like to say ran at the time the biggest deficits in Canadian history, those deficits were entirely interest on Trudeau debt, entirely the interest on Trudeau debt. So that government was forced to cut 32% at the time, 32% from the transfer for health, social services, education. At that time, I think it was called the Canada Social Transfer. Mr. Speaker, I raised the fact that at that point in time, that those cuts were precipitated by a ratings cut. Fitch has announced that they're concerned about Canada's fiscal situation. And I asked if anyone over there understood the situation. At that point, instead of the finance minister standing, the Minister of Energy stood up and he said, quote, this is very reassuring, I'm sure, to all Canadians. He said, quote, we are doing just fine. Mr. Speaker, that was the reassurance we got. So I asked a second question that day, and I walked through some quotes from the early 90s from Reuters, quote, in February 1994, quote, Liberal government brings down what it considers to be a tough budget. It nonetheless still has spending rising slightly, and immediate public and market reaction is it did not go nearly far enough. In January 1995, quote, a biting, this was a headline online, a biting editorial in the Wall Street Journal headline, Bankrupt Canada calls Canada an honorary member of the third world. So, Mr. Speaker, I've been raising this alarm. I think Canadians should be concerned because since that budget, this government has added another $16 billion in debt since the promise made at election time, $16 billion in debt. And then since the budget, they've added billions more in spending that's not accounted for. And Mr. Speaker, I'm curious how we have gone in just a decade from a country with a balanced budget and the richest middle class in the world to a country that has to borrow from our kids to subsidize groceries for an entire generation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, if I may, the members seem to be a little upset with the fact that I might have some knowledge in regards to the issue of health care. And having worked with health care workers for many years in the province of Manitoba, having been the health care critic, having been and visited drug sites, I do have a bit of a sense in terms of the issue that was being raised. The member opposite had brought up an issue that was not being raised, and it was a specific question. So at times, yes, it's better not to provide a concise answer to a question until you actually know what it is that you're talking about. And I suspect even the member opposite would have to concede that that is in fact the case. On the issue that he has raised, I know and I have a very good sense in terms of what it is that needs to be said here. And that is the Conservative Party continues to go around talking about how Canada is broken, which is just not the case. If the member was to check with his constituents, he would find, Mr. Speaker, that Canada is the best place in the world to call home. When he talks about deficit, seriously, really? The Harper government, in which his leader was a part of, they inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus back when they took over the reins of power. And by the time they ended, they actually had nothing but deficits throughout that period of time. And they had to sell GM shares in order to falsify as if they've actually balanced the budget. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, what we have today is the strongest and the healthiest of a credit rating that is possible with a AAA rating, Mr. Speaker. And as a government, we have a prime minister that has economic experience, that has dealt with being the governor of the Bank of Canada, the governor of the Bank of England. He has impeccable credentials dealing with the economy, and we have decided to build a stronger, a healthier economy by investing in Canadians as opposed to ignoring Canadians and doing nothing but rage-mongering and trying to give a false impression that Canada's all doom and gloom. I think we have good reason to be optimistic because we have a Prime Minister, a Cabinet, and a Liberal caucus that truly understands the value that Canada has to offer the world, and that's one of the reasons why we have ministers and a Prime Minister that are going around attracting billions of dollars in foreign investment to our country. That is the reason why we are increasing trade opportunities around the world, at the same time working on making sure that we get a good trade agreement with the United States of America. Contrast that to the Conservative Party that talks about misery, spreads misinformation constantly, Mr. Speaker, whether it's on the floor of the House of Commons or it's through the social media. I do not need to take a lesson from the member opposite in terms of what it is that the Conservative Party might be able to do in some sort of a dreamland, when I know full well when you talk about the policies that they espouse, Mr. Speaker, you will find that at the end of the day, they don't make any sense, and it demonstrates that they don't care about the interests of Canadians. And if you take a look in terms of a number of opposition days, you'll find, Mr. Speaker, what they constantly want to talk about is rage and getting Canadians upset. And a good example of that, Mr. Speaker, was yesterday when they took the issue of asylum seekers and they meshed it in with the issue of health care, an issue that Canadians are truly concerned about. They tie them together in order to try to portray an impression that immigration is bad for Canada, when in fact, Mr. Speaker, immigrants have built Canada to what it is today. In one sense, we are all immigrants, Mr. Speaker. So I would just give that as a piece of advice to the member opposite.
The honourable member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, I'd point out there wasn't even an attempt to try to answer my question there. Mr. Speaker, to put in context here, if we want to contrast, in 2008 we faced a global economic crisis, and our government at the time put in place a plan to spend money to get through the crisis, with a plan to get budget back to balance by 2015, which we did. We had the richest middle class in the world, according to the New York Times at that point in time. Contrast that with his government's approach, which faced a global crisis and has run increasing deficits. In fact, in the election campaign run just 10 months ago, the Liberals promised in their platform that they would run an astounding $62 billion deficit, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that deficit grew to $78 billion in the fall, and then they announced a $12 billion plan to subsidize food for a quarter of Canadians, to have to subsidize groceries for a quarter of Canadians. How in the world did we get there?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the 2008, what the member talks about, remember, Stephen Harper inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus. He turned it into a multi-billion-dollar deficit before 2008. And when 2008 came around, Mr. Speaker, what you will find, it was the banking industry in Canada, in good part, that saved the day compared to what was taking place in the United States and other areas of the world. And it's one of the reasons why Canada got credit, because of the regulations we had in banking. And when the members said that they had a surplus in 2015, well, Mr. Speaker, they might have said they were going to have a surplus, but they never delivered on a surplus because they were kicked out of office before they could actually deliver that final budget, Mr. Speaker. That is the reality. That is the truth. And you can't change history as much as you would like to be able to do that. This government takes the issue of affordability and inflation.
I'm not trying to change history at all. The honourable member for York-Durham, not being present to raise during the adjournment proceedings the matter for which notice has been given, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. proceeding order 24-1.